Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a meeting of the Planning Committee. My name is Nicholas Wright. I'm chair of this committee, and introduce Vice Chairman, Councillor Andrew Dyke, Councillor Nick Dawkes, over there. Also, Administrator Faith Hobbs, Head of Legal Services, Heather Peachy on my far right, Kieran Power, Head of Development Management, and Claire Bull, who's Development Manager, who's sitting down there. Planning officers who will be coming this afternoon, Gavin Greenhow, Adam White, Karen Whiteman, Francis Fleming, and Matthew Webb. And also the Assistant Manager, South Worcestershire Land Drainage Partnership, Andrew Fowle, in front of me, and Engineering Assistant Flood Risk, Fran Davis. So welcome to those. But we're also very pleased to welcome this afternoon Ben Sim from Highways and also Matt Hutton on the left. And also Charlie Bennett, who's the Ecology and Biodiversity Officer. I nearly changed your gender in that case, but never mind. And also Susan Hiscock, Natural Heritage Officer. So we are really well positioned this afternoon with loads of important people, and also for the committee, if you have any questions to ask any of these people, then you have an opportunity. So thank you all very much for coming. Have we any apologies, Faith?
Yes, Chairman. I have apologies of absence from Councillor Hannah Robson, Councillor Charles Tucker and Councillor Dan Birch.
Thank you. And have we any declarations of interest?
Yes, Chairman. For item 7, Councillor Emma Kersey has declared a non-pecuniary interest in that the Speaker, Michelle Young, is known to her. And for item 11, Councillors Mark Ward and Rob Adams have declared a non-pecuniary interest. The Speaker, Councillor Janet Butterworth, is known to them, and Councillor Adams will also be sitting outside the committee for item 11. He will act as ward member only.
And have we any further declarations? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chairman. Likewise, Councillor Butterworth is known to me in Drakesporton. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further declarations? No? Thank you very much. You've all received the minutes of the last meeting, which took place on the 23rd of July. Are there any alterations to be made to these minutes? Therefore, can I have a proposal that they are correct record? Proposed by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Councillor Adams. Thank you. If I could just go back to the declarations of interest for a minute. I need to read this out for you. From a transparency perspective, it should be noted that a number of the members at committee today have been involved in other council decisions on both the Riverside, which is item 7 and 8, and the Ombersley Road application, item 9. Those decisions are completely separate and not planning related. They do not impact the ability of members to determine these applications today. Now, I usually say this if you've probably been to meetings before, and especially some of the speakers, but a lot goes into these planning applications right from the word go. If you've read the officer's report, you'll see usually paragraphs 2 to 3, the considerable amount of work that's done before it actually appears to this committee. And not only the individual planning applications, but also national planning policy framework, which was updated this last week, and also the South Worcestershire Development Plan and Wastecourt Strategy Planning Practice Guidance, the neighbourhood plans if they're relevant, and other such documents and agencies which are consulted. I say this because a lot of work goes into it, and you might not like the result that the committee vote at the end of the day, and I'm afraid that's it. But they do look at it in detail. So if you don't like it, I'm sorry about that, but do respect the opinion of the committee at the end of the day. For those who haven't come before, the 3 minutes are allowed for a town or parish council to speak, and 3 minutes for those objecting, and 3 minutes for those in support. And it is 3 minutes, not 3.5. It's exactly 3 minutes, and you'll hear that when it times up. So you have to stop. So you need to get through it. And what happens, how it works, is the planning officer will describe briefly the proposals. Parish council will then speak, then the objectors, then the applicant. Visiting ward member will ask questions, etc., as will the committee. Then the ward member will address the committee, and then it's open to debate. That's how it progresses. I just need to read you out that your attention is drawn to the advice note to applicants and the public, where it states that where updates have been received before the planning committee meeting, a written summary of these is published generally by 5 p.m. on the day prior to the committee meeting. Note that verbal updates may still be made at the meeting itself. So that's all clear. We will go quickly on to item 7, which is a planning application 26 of League 01261, street record, Riverside Shopping Centre, Evesham. We have 2 speakers, Mrs. Michelle Young and Miss Rebecca Buckley. If you'd like to come to the front, if you're both here, that's great. That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the planning officer is Francis Fleming. So over to you, Francis, to go through this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for full planning permission for the demolition of the existing Riverside Shopping Centre and the associated car park. This will include all associated building structures, canopies, hard landscaping, and the removal of all services and utilities. Ancillary structures such as security fencing, hoarding are proposed to be installed as temporary measures to ensure the site is made safe and public access is restricted. Listed building consent is also sought due to the works altering the rear of the Grade 2 listed public library, which is generally known as the Public Hall in Evesham, because the shopping centre is attached to the rear of that building. This presentation relates to both applications for planning permission and listed building consent, but the 2 applications will be voted on separately. So this is an aerial view of the Riverside Shopping Centre, which is located in the centre of Evesham. It's bounded by Bridge Street, as you can see with the cursor here, and Market Square, which is to the east of the site, and Monk's Walk, which is to the, oh no, sorry, that was the west, to the east. So the site also includes the demolition of the adjacent multi-storey car park, which can be seen here, together with the underground servicing yard, which is proposed to be retained. The site is of very high historical significance due to the proximity of the scheduled ancient monuments, which is the remains of Evesham Abbey, which is around this area, and a number of Grade 1, Grade 2 star and Grade 2 listed buildings. The site is also within the Evesham Conservation Area. So this is the location plan of the site. The site's edged in red, with other land that the council owns in this area edged in blue. And this shows the demolition extents plan. So the area edged in blue, all of the buildings are proposed to be retained, and the shopping centre itself is all proposed to be demolished. So the existing shopping centre opened in 1988, which has experienced prolonged decline and high vacancy rates, and the demolition proposal seeks to clear the site to slab level to enable future redevelopment, as the site is allocated for mixed-use redevelopment under policy SWDPR 71 of the South Worcestershire Development Plan Review. Again, this just shows the security fencing that's proposed, and more details are proposed to be secured by condition as well. So these are the original elevations that were provided when the shopping centre was first built. So this is the elevation that fronts Bridge Street. Some more elevations. So these are the internal shopping centre elevations that are kind of connected by a glazed roof, and some section drawings. Block D shows the south elevation that can be viewed from Abbey Park, and the rear elevation facing the car park here. Block E also shows the same elevations facing the car park and Abbey Park. And then Block F shows some of the internal mall elevations and side elevations. And then this is the original elevations of the car park and some section drawings. And then the original internal layout, which shows the kind of glazed roof that connects all of the units through the middle. And then to this area, this is the public hall which the shopping centre is attached to. So that's the only part of the proposal that seeks listed building consent to remove, to demolish the shopping centre, to remove it from the listed building. So some more detailed drawings in terms of how the proposal is going to kind of make the public hall safe. So it's proposed as a temporary measure to infill the openings with block work, just to keep the building watertight. And some more, that's the first floor plan, where a small bit of block work is proposed. So some photos. So this is the internal kind of corridor through the shopping centre with the glazed roof. And as you can see, a lot of the units are vacant at the moment. Some more photos. So you can see here, this is the bell tower that you can see through the shopping centre. And then this is the public hall. So this is the entrance through Marketplace, and this is the area that's proposed to be blocked up. This is a picture of the entrance to Riverside Shopping Centre through the public library. And then some photos of Bridge Street. So here's the entrance here. And some more photos. This is 58 Bridge Street. This is a public right-of-way that leads to the rear of the shopping centre. And then this is the shopping centre elevation that you can see from the top of the car park. Another one leading back towards Bridge Street. This is the south elevation of the shopping centre, and then you have Abbey Park on your right. And then this is also part of the south elevation of the shopping centre. This entrance is currently blocked up at the moment, so it's not usable by the public. And then adjacent to this, we have, so this is Reginald's Wall, that's not connected to the shopping centre, but is very close to it. So that's a curtilage listed structure in association with All Saints Church that can be seen here. And then this is the Church of St Lawrence that's adjacent to All Saints Church as part of the Abbey precinct. And then this is the bell tower that's also part of the Abbey precinct. And this is a view of the bell tower from Abbey Park. And then some photos kind of viewing from Abbey Park to the car park that's also proposed to be demolished. And then this is the entrance to the car park from Monk's Walk. So this is the service area that would be retained, but the rest of the building will be demolished. Some photos. Obviously, this is Monk's Walk, so that the entrance to the car park is just behind these trees, and then this is just part of Monk's Walk. Again, Monk's Walk. This is the listed building, known as the barn to the rear of number 64. And then some drone photos that show the site. So this is the car park. This is the Riverside Shopping Centre. Obviously, you've got Abbey Park to the left, the bell tower, and this is also part of the Scheduled H monument. and then you have the River Avon to the bottom. Some more drone photos, just giving context. And then, yeah, you can see the shopping centre and the kind of corridor through the shopping centre, and then the public hall up here. And then, yeah, just a drone photo of the car park. And just some more drone photos for context. So obviously this is Abbey Park, the bell tower, and the shopping centre. And then, yeah, you can see Market Square here, and then this is the public library, the listed building, which the shopping centre is attached to. Okay, so just a quick verbal update. Members will note the written update that was published yesterday that set out some changes following the publication of the National Planning Policy Framework update that was published on Monday. So I set out the changes to the report in terms of paragraph numbers and reference to the new policies in the NPPF. There are some other policies that will be relevant in terms of when we reference them within the conditions of the report, such as policies F7 and F8 relating to flooding and drainage, and policy P3 that relates to living conditions and pollution. So that will be updated as part of the conditions. And just to confirm, the recommendation is to delegate authority to the Director of Planning and Infrastructure to grant permission subject to planning conditions listed within the committee report, allowing for any subsequent amendments to the planning conditions as required by the Director of Planning and Infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do like the drone pictures, by the way. It'd be nice if we had that at every planning. I don't know who's taking them. Probably you, Andrew, is it? But if you could manage to do them for every planning application, it would be very helpful indeed. Thank you. Mrs. Young, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Officers, council, members of the public, I am fully aware that objecting to this application is a stupid thing to do. I do not object to the proposal in principle. It needs demolishing, the area needs regenerating. What I object to is some of the documents that you are making your decision on and the legal ramifications that fall upon you as elected individuals. I am a licensed bat consultant. I have held my license for 12 years. If I submitted a survey, such as the one that has been subjected to this, it would be thrown out at validation stage. The data supplied is from 2025, sorry. There is no data from this year in relation to the bats that use this structure. There is no knowledge on what the bats have done this year, where they have moved, how they've changed the use of the building in the weather. The bat surveys carried out found a number of bat roosts. Those bat roosts have not been classified. You cannot propose mitigation when you do not know what sort of bat roost you are dealing with. The mitigation also has to be within a red line legally. Your red line is being demolished. You have nowhere to put mitigation. A maternity roost cannot just be dumped in a bat box. It's not big enough, it's not suitable. And yes, the boxes are great for pipistrelle species, but there's more than that using this structure. And when I pointed that out in my comment, the response was, well, she hasn't told us where they're roosting. That's not my place. I'm not your ecologist. As a bat carer, I have picked up 6 different bat species from this area, the shopping centre, the service yard and Monk's Walk. On bat walks that we carry out every year throughout the summer, the fundamental highlight for everyone is sitting down by the Abbey Ponds and watching the bats come out of the car park roof. Watching bats emerge from their place of roost. You are demolishing that, and there is no mitigation. There's no issue with taking it down, but I want you to do it properly so that I don't have to take part in a wildlife crime prosecution, because under my licence I'm legally obliged to report such things. It has been stated that this is not a hibernation roost, and yet no one has visited site in a qualified capacity since September 2025. If you haven't visited a site in the winter, you cannot say whether it's a hibernation roost or not. There are so many assumptions being made in terms of biodiversity on this site. And if I put this in as an agent, I would be so embarrassed. You have a responsibility under the Wildlife and Crime Act 1981, the Habitats Regs of 2017 and the NERC Act of 2006. You have a responsibility to not carry out intentional, reckless or deliberate acts to disturb or destroy. And with the evidence submitted by your agent, that will happen. You need updated surveys as to the impact of this proposal in order to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Rebecca Buckley, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
So thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Members, thank you for the opportunity to present this application today. So as Fran mentioned or laid out, that this proposal represents the first phase in a wider regeneration initiative for the site, which has allowed for a mixed-use redevelopment in the local plan. The demolition proposal seeks to clear the site whilst retaining existing concrete slab for future redevelopment, and this will remove significant constraints, reduce the redevelopment risk, and create a site capable of delivering new homes, retail uses, public spaces, and wider regeneration benefits. Members will be aware that the site is within the conservation area and contains part of a scheduled ancient monument beneath a concrete slab. It is also adjacent to listed buildings, as Fran set out, and has ecological interests, as Ms Young talked about. There is a need for this to be very carefully managed in terms of demolition, particularly with regards to all of those aforementioned items and its urban location. This is where people live. Historic England, the lead local flood authority, highway authority and the council's conservation officer, archaeologist, ecologist and environmental health officers have raised no objections subject to the conditions outlined in the report, which is a recommendation for approval. Having spoken to local residents, including at a well-attended engagement event in April, there is a clear support for the wider regeneration project. But nonetheless, I do recognise the concerns regarding ecology, dust, noise and construction traffic. These are entirely understandable, particularly given the scale and the prominence of this site. I do hope that comfort can be provided by the comprehensive planning conditions, for example, condition 8, which requires a construction environmental management plan that will cover dust, noise, vibration monitoring, a construction traffic management plan, which will have to be approved by the Highways Authority, and also conditions 9, 10 and 11 to secure ecological mitigation, including protection for bats based on updated bat surveys and protection of the peregrine falcons in the bell tower. The proposal will kick off an important economic, environmental and social benefit across Evesham. It will remove the declining shopping centre, reduce barriers to future investment and enable comprehensive regeneration in this key allocation. As set out in the officer report, which I had to say I found both comprehensive and pragmatic, the proposal accords with local and national planning policy, and there is no material consideration nor consultee objection that indicates planning permission should be withheld. Therefore, I respectfully ask that planning permission be granted subject to the conditions set out in the report.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The ward members are Councillor Charlie Homer and Councillor Mary Tasker. I think, Charlie, have you any questions to ask the speakers or the case officer or anybody else here?
I don't have any questions, but I would like to speak in support of the application.
Okay. Therefore, I'll ask the committee, have you any questions to ask the speakers, please, or the case officer? Councillor Sims, followed by Councillor Kersey.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask the ecologist, you say that there hasn't been a sufficient bat survey. How how do you know that there hasn't been? What indicators are there when we have the officer saying that there has been? And what bats are there? Are there pipistrelles, or what are the bats that you're really concerned about? I have pipistrelles in my garden. Sometimes they're here 1 year, sometimes they're not. So I just wondered if you could give me sort of your view on the
So my argument comes from the submitted evidence. So the ecological report that was submitted only has bat surveys from 2025. So that's how I know there's been nothing this year. I asked if there were any surveys proposed for this year, and they said no. We have 11 days left of survey season to gather any evidence from this year. That's not going to happen. As a bat surveyor, as a bat consultant, you want to know what bats are doing in a building. And so normally you would do a minimum of 3 surveys throughout a survey season. And then as a result of that, you would carry out further surveys to find out how they are using the buildings, especially with something as big as this. In the ecology report, I think they found 15 bat roosts, at least 15. Number 15 is the one that's everyone's favourite on the bat walk. That's how I've got 15 in my head. I personally have collected both common and soprano pipistrelles, long-eared, brown long-eared bats and Daubertons. We also get noctules and whiskered when we do the bat walks, but I've not picked those up in a care capacity from these structures. But you have at least 8 different species of bats using Abbey Park as a place of foraging, commuting and roost. But there's no classification of the bat roost, it's just a number. And if they are maternity roosts, they can't just go in a box that can go up on a tree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. Can I ask, I think if Fran is okay, I think probably Suzanne is the most qualified person to speak on this. And I've seen from the report, obviously, that it's extremely comprehensive. Rebecca has highlighted all those comprehensive items. But based on the, dare I say, accusations that Mrs. Young has presented, would you mind giving us your thoughts on that, please, Suzanne? Particularly the fact that the obviously it's all conditioned for the further bat surveys, etc., for everything to be taken into account. But do you mind commenting on the accusations that Mrs. Young has made about the bat survey that was done in 2025, please?
No, that's no problem. Actually, I think Charlie was the one who looked at more of the details, but I can start off with. One of the things, actually, I wonder whether Mrs. Young hasn't seen the technical note that's been submitted fairly recently, because that pulls together the sort of concerns that have been raised both by yourself and by Charlie Bennett doing the comments on the application, and refers to, provides answers to that, and that includes the sort of lack of updated survey. And the comments were made after a further few surveys had been done. I think it was May and was it July, and that wasn't the completed updated survey effort for this year. So there have been further surveys carried out, and they did address certainly some of the concerns, or maybe all of the concerns that you raised in your representation to the application, and concerns that Charlie also raised when he first saw the submission. Another thing that I don't know whether you've seen or not, at the original submission, we only got like a summary ecological impact assessment report. We didn't get the details of the actual surveys, which obviously give you a lot more information about the survey effort, exactly what's been found, the level of activity, etc., which allows you to draw much more of a conclusion of the significance of the roosts. And that has been submitted since then. I don't know whether you'd seen those. So having pulled all that additional information together, which you may not have been aware of, that's how we've come to the conclusion that actually over the various surveys carried out before the submission of this application and since then, okay, we haven't got the final results, but the results have been very much consistent with earlier findings. So we feel there is enough information there to make a decision on the application. However, no demolition and no work should start until the final updated surveys have been provided and pulled together into a suitable mitigation strategy, which we feel in this case can be conditioned also because it will be required for any licence applications. I don't know whether Charlie wants to add anything to that.
No, that's everything I was going to say as well.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you both.
Thank you for the question. And there is a condition, isn't there? If you have a look, condition number 10. Yes, so have a look at the condition. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just ask, is it Mrs. Young, having had that clarification, and also whether you've got a copy of the condition in front of you, have you? It'd be really helpful for me to know personally whether these are reassurances. I also have a question for you on mitigation when you've had a chance to have a look at that. Thanks.
You want to say? Yeah. Carry on.
The condition reads that there will be an appropriate number of updated surveys. It doesn't say how many, it doesn't say where. I mean, it is what it is. It'll be for the named ecologist to decide how many more are to take place. But in all the years I've been doing this, mitigation always has to take place within the red line site, because then that is legal. Your red line site's being knocked down. That's my concern. How can you mitigate on a building that doesn't exist anymore?
Councillor Morris.
Right, could I have clarification on that one? Is that
We'll come to
correct?
it.
What
Yeah.
is the plan for the mitigation in light of what Mrs. Young has just said?
They can't design the mitigation until they've finished all the surveys.
I'd like a question on that. Can you outline that? Can you cover that one, Suzanne?
Do we have, I think there is in one of the reports, there is a mitigation suggestion, which will not be the final version. I actually, as I've not done the detailed comments, I'm not quite sure where the red line extends, whether the existing trees are within the red line. They're not. There is also the possibility of locating mitigation on land which might be outside the red line but within the same ownership. You can tie that in through the right sort of conditions or legal agreement. So that is a possibility, as there is land owned by the council.
Thank you. I'm going to bring in Councillor Adams.
Well, we're having a lot of discussion on that. I think the discussion's going a bit one-sided, I'm afraid, over this. I'm intrigued to know why Mrs. Buckley is waving frantically. I think she might add something to that.
Sorry, I didn't see you waving frantically, Mrs. Buckley. I think you're in the line of sight, really. Mrs. Buckley, do come in then, waving frantically.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Adams. Thank you for your comments. I think, so firstly, I think it's important to distinguish between the information required to make a sound planning decision and the information that will ultimately need to be or will be required for the bat licence from Natural England. There is already, as my colleague in ecology said, a substantial body of ecological information on the site. We have already started to produce updated bat surveys in this year, as well as expediting the bat survey at location 15, following Ms. Young's representation, which is incredibly helpful. In that technical note, for those who haven't had the chance to have a look at it, we talked about location 15 and the possibility of soprano pipistrelle bats and brown long-eared bats, but whilst there were possible roosting sites about soprano pipistrelle bats, the brown long-eared bats appeared to be commuting. Now, I'm not a bat survey specialist or an ecologist. So this is what I have found. But it is important to make clear that we did act upon Ms Young's concerns. And notwithstanding that, it's really important to understand that there are circumstances which are outlined in government guidance in the Protected Species and Development Advice for Local Planning Authorities, updated April 2025. And what we've done is in line with government guidance, which recognises cases where additional or updated ecological surveys are needed, which is this case, particularly where there will be a delay between permission and development commencing. We won't be starting demolition until April 2027. We are providing ample time between decision and have already started to update the surveys, which will inform mitigation. I can't crystal ball what that might be, but we have a number of land ownerships around Riverside that could potentially be used. But again, I am not an ecologist, but this approach is entirely in line and pragmatically considered with government advice. So on that basis, I think the further surveys being secured through condition, alongside mitigation, I think providing that it should not be that permission is withheld. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've probably done that question, and I'm grateful to Mrs Young for all that. And it's brought it to the fore, which we normally don't discuss that, and thank you both. Are there any more questions at all? Yes, Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Chair. Could you just give me an idea as to how long you think it will take, the demolition from April? Is it roughly a year? I know I don't want you to give an exact time because I absolutely know you can't. I'm just sort of concerned about it being left in a state, and I know you will have thought about this as well.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Councillor Sims. So the demolition will take approximately 12 months. It may take a little bit longer if we come to complications, but we could go faster, most certainly. But absolutely, the intention is not for that site to remain vacant. This is part of a clear vision for Wychavon to redevelop that site. It not only is one of our visions, but we have time constraints and we have a really tight project timeline to adhere to. So we are working at pace, and this site is not going to be left vacant. In planning terms, it will come forward quickly.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. Following on from that question, in case it raises any concerns, Rebecca, could you, I know it's not necessarily part of the planning application, but can you talk us through the plans of how the demolition site won't look an eyesore in the process, please?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Councillor Kersey. So it's a very difficult thing to disguise the fact that we're taking down the shopping centre, but immediately when you do that, you clear views, hopefully through to that beautiful bell tower and the public hall and the other historic elements, including Abbey Park, albeit they'll be hoarding around it. But one of the things that we particularly interested in is we were inspired by other murals in Evesham. And what we're going to do is we've already kick-started a project to involve many local community residents, community groups in decorating the hoarding. We had an initial engagement event in April, which attracted 350 people. I mean, I was utterly overwhelmed. And so many people were interested in inputting into the hoarding. I think there are about 30 groups who wanted to be involved. So that will be a project. And essentially everything that's visible in terms of hoarding will be wrapped in this community artwork. Does that help? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dawes.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question for Rebecca Buckley, please. A lot of people are concerned about the lorry traffic and taking all of this stuff away. Has there been any consideration of possibly using water, the river barges instead of lorries? And if not, would you consider it?
That's a great question. Thank you. So part of, or one of the conditions which will be attached to this consent will be considering transport, and that's transport, that's not necessarily road transport, but we will need to find ways to take materials off of site, some of which will be crushed and brought back to site because we need to build up a ramp to the actual shopping centre to demolish it. It's quite an intricate, complex project to do that. But yes, that's certainly something that I would talk to our transport consultants about, and obviously well, the Highways Authority and the Canal Trust. So it's something to explore. It is a local site of scientific importance, the Avon, but it's something that I can certainly look at. Thank you.
Does that come under highways, does it? I didn't realise that. Mr. Ben Sims obviously come on an interesting afternoon here. Any more questions at all? No. Well, thank you both very much. Would you like to return to your seats? Thank you very much. Councillor Homer, would you like to address the committee, please?
Thank you, Chairman. This is my first visit to the Planning Committee since I was elected. Some may consider me lucky or unlucky. I'll let you be the decision makers on that one. I speak as the ward member for Evesham, and I speak in support of this application. As we've heard, the Riverside Shopping Centre was built in the 1980s. This was what a modern town centre looked like, and Evesham wasn't wrong to want one. But it does belong in that era. It was designed to face inwards, turn the town's back on the things that makes Evesham Evesham. Arguably one of the best views in town is from the top of the multi-storey car park. The bell tower, the Abbey Park, the river, our finest assets visible only from our least loved building. This application is the start of that change that reconnects our town and to its associated areas, basically bringing life back for once it has unfortunately been lost. It also clears the ground for a scheme that we want to see. Evesham's flag in the ground, sympathetic to the assets we already have and are confident enough to bring forward hospitality, leisure and homes into the heart of our town. People living here, shopping here, using our markets, using our shops, as well as in August as in February. Residents told us in April what they wanted, and this is the first step towards that. I also would like to commend the activity that's gone on since April. The council has been on a listening exercise, and I say listening because they've listened with open ears and officers have responded well and taken on board those comments, as we've just seen through the conversation that we've had earlier. I am pleased with how quickly we've moved to bring this application forward. I'm pleased that Wychavon continues to have the entrepreneurial spirit that sees the opportunity here and seizes the ambition that we have for our town and its future. And I would support the recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Homer. I'll open it for debate. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Chair. I am confident from the answering to the questioning. My main concern was about the bats, and I'm thankful to Mrs. Young for bringing all of her concerns to the committee, and I'm really pleased the way they've been dealt with. I, for one, am confident that we will apply for the licence as appropriately as we should, and that we wouldn't demolish this building without making sure that we are compliant. So I'm interested to hear what my other colleagues see, but I broadly think that we should approve this application.
Thank you. Councillor Dawes.
I'm very happy with what's been said, so I'd just like to propose approval along the officer's recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Kersey, followed by Councillor Hardman. Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. I think that having the amount of officers and the amount of expertise that we've got here today and the extensive report that we've had brought before us says that we are most certainly doing it properly and most certainly taking our responsibility as a local planning authority extremely seriously. Yes, we've heard a lot about bats, but obviously this site is extremely sensitive from a historical perspective and all of the key areas that Rebecca has listed. So I'm extremely grateful for all the officers for all the work that's been done to be able to put such a comprehensive report in front of us and surrounding all of those extremely technical details. And from everything that we've heard and everything that we've read, like Councillor Dawkes, I am very confident that we will be taking our responsibilities and doing this extremely diligently as the first step going forward for Evesham. So I'm happy to second the proposal to approve this application in line with officer recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Kersey. Councillor Hardman.
Chairman, I was only going to second it. You have a seconder, so I won't say any more.
Well, thank you for saying anything. That's very good. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Other comments, please. Are there any further comments on this one? No. So we have a proposal and a second, proposed by Councillor Dawes, seconded by Councillor Kersey. Over to you, Heather.
Thank you, Chair. So the motion is as per the officer recommendation as set out in the updates. Members, can I ask you to raise your voting cards, please? Those in favour? That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to item 8, I forgot to tell you about the fact that this is on YouTube. So for all of you who want a nice evening's watching the planning committee meeting, it is being cast on webcast on YouTube. Also, that there are fire exits, not that we luckily hadn't had one so far, which is here and to the doors into the gardens. We will have a break shortly after perhaps the next one, but I'll move swiftly on to item 8, which is, of course, the listed part. Thank you very much, Councillor Homer, for your comments. This is fairly easy because it obviously relates to the listed part of this application. So I will ask Francis Fleming if you could just. Sorry, we'll just. Thank you very much, both of you, for coming. Do come again to another one if you feel inclined. Would you like just to outline basically the second part, which is item 8? Thank you.
Yeah, so I won't go through the whole presentation again, but yeah, this is the listed building consent associated just with the removal of the shopping centre from the rear elevation of the public library. So the recommendation is the same. It's to delegate authority to the Director of Planning and Infrastructure to grant planning permission subject to the planning conditions listed in the report, allowing for any subsequent amendments to the planning conditions as required by the Director of Planning and Infrastructure. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Rebecca Buckley, I forgot to bring you back up again. Thank you. I'm not sure whether you want 3 minutes to speak on this one, but you're welcome. Do you want to say anything?
Very happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. That's great. Well, since the ward member has disappeared for tea, I shall ask you, have you any questions to ask it? I doubt it somehow. Have you any questions on this part of the application? Yes, Councillor Ward.
Yes, thank you, Chair. One just quick question is, it's attached to the listed building frontage. Is it totally attached? And then how do you actually separate it from the listed building part safely? And in that respect, is it fully attached or partly attached or what?
Thank you for that question. So when they built the shopping centre, they did take the back off of the public library, locally known as the public hall. So what we'll do is, when we get to that stage, and the demolition contractors will have to provide a method statement to explain exactly how they were going to do this. They're essentially doing it by hand and with hand tools because it's so delicate, and there will be a watching brief, so there will be somebody standing there watching it. And then what we will do, because we will need to understand or record to make sure that we do have a recording of the back of the listed building, we will have to provide that as per condition to the local authority. So then that record is then kept. So it's done very carefully, done by hand. An appropriate consultant will be watching that. They will record it, and it will be done as per the demolition method statement provided to the council and signed off by the council's heritage officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dyke.
Thank you, Chairman. I also understand that cameras will be suitably placed not only to keep a watch by experts, but also so that we've got a running commentary visually as we go through. So I don't know whether you know yet where that's likely to be.
Thank you. I don't know where that will be likely to be. I'll make sure that it's in a good spot, if not more than one spot. Just with regards to, so two things, cameras themselves. So we've already had a meeting with West Mercia Police regarding any possible antisocial behaviour. And we are also speaking to the CCTV officer at Wychavon District Council that any CCTV cameras which are removed are reinstalled and cover the same area. The demolition contractor will also need to provide, as part of their method statement, how they are going to protect the site, and that will likely include CCTV. They have these new things which sit on the ground, and then if you climb over a fence, if I could climb over a fence, then it would start saying to me, you're being recorded. And then in terms of, I think probably referring to those very nice time-lapse videos that you've seen before, yes, I'm planning on making sure that that's arranged, not least because it is a monumental thing for Evesham and it needs to be recorded.
Thank you. Any more questions? No? Thank you very much. I'll let you go back again. Thank you. I'll open it just a quick debate on this. Has anybody got any further things to say? Councillor Dyke.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm getting in quickly because as an Evesham member, I think an Evesham member should propose this, so I'm happy to propose we accept this application.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Clapworthy.
In the same way, Chairman, thank you. This is a very important aspect, and I'm happy to second the proposal that's been made in line with the officer's recommendations.
Have we any further comments before we go to the vote? No? Heather? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the motion is as per the officer recommendation as set out in the updates. So those in favour, please. That's unanimous, Chair. Thank you.
And thank you for speaking today. Would you like me to carry on for one more go? 10 minutes now. Yeah, we've got a problem with the IT apparently, so we're going to have a 10-minute break. Sorry about that. 10 minutes. Thank you. You don't have to leave here if you don't want to, but 10 minutes. Sorry about that. Just a quick note that we've had a bit of a problem with the IT. If you're going home and watching this, you'll be able to get all the speakers and everything, but you won't be able to get what's on the back here on YouTube, which you can find on the web anyway. So that's the problem we have. So you'll get all the speakers and the debate if you're in the mind to watch it all over again. I can't hear any approvals there, but we hope for the best. So we will move on to item 9, reference 26/01029, which is 17 Ombersley Road, Droitwich Spa. We have 3 speakers: Councillor Davidson from Droitwich Spa Town Council, Mrs. Samantha Pegg, and I've got 3 speakers down for supporting, which is Rachel Tooth, Jennifer Taylor, and Anne-Marie Bishop. Is that correct? In which case, would you like to come to the front, please? Thank you. Do we know who's speaking for the supporters?
Rachel's speaking, and that Jen and Anne-Marie are just answering questions.
Rachel speaking. Sorry if you've got enough chairs. Yes, you might have to move along one, possibly. No, okay. Jen, you're answering questions. So Rachel, you're speaking. Is that right?
Yes.
That's it. Thank you. That's splendid. Thank you very much. Matthew Webb. Sorry, yes, Councillor.
I didn't realise Jen Taylor was taking part in this. Should we have declared an interest as members?
Yeah. I think everybody has to declare interest in officers here. Correct? Yeah. It's automatic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think Matthew Webb, you're doing this one. So over to you if you could present this application, please.
Thank you, Chair. The application before committee relates to the proposed change of use from a dwelling to a house of multiple occupation for secure living accommodation with supported living for 18 to 25-year-olds, in addition to associated external alterations and demolition of a brick shed, brick garage, and part of a boundary wall to provide additional parking and extension to dropped curb to the dwelling known as 17 Ombersley Road. The site is located in the town of Droitwich Spa, just to the north of the district. Here is the site location plan with the site itself outlined in red. This slide just shows an aerial view, an aerial photograph of the site itself, with the site itself with that red marker there in the centre. Here are the existing and proposed elevations of 17 Ombersley Road, which would not result in any external alterations to the principal building as part of this application. Here are the existing floor plans as the dwelling currently. The proposed floor plans here demonstrate the internal alterations required to convert the existing dwelling from an 8-bedroom dwelling to a 9-bedroom supported living HMO. This shows the existing proposed street scene plan with the proposed illustrated at the bottom right there. The alterations here are largely confined to the rear of the site and involve the removal of the existing garage shed and part of the boundary wall and replacement with closed boarded fencing, as you can see here. The rear garden layout shows 4 off-street parking spaces, cycle and bin storage, an EV charging port, and the extension to the drop curb, with these facilities being created through the removal of those existing rear elements I just described. These remaining are just some site photos for context. So here is a view looking south from Ombersley Road to the front elevation of the property, and looking southeast to the side here. Here is a view looking north and northwest from West Street, which is the rear of the site, of the rear shed, rear garage, and also part of that boundary wall here to be demolished. So the recommendation is to delegate authority to the Director of Planning and Infrastructure to grant planning permissions subject to the planning conditions listed in the committee report, allowing for any subsequent amendments to the planning conditions as required by the Director of Planning and Infrastructure. For members' attention, the recommended conditions include provisions securing occupation by a maximum of 9 residents aged between 18 and 25 years old, the submission and implementation of a management plan, and sound insulation measures within the building, alongside a number of other planning conditions set out in the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Davidson, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, I'm the Town Councillor for Droitwich Spa Central. Unlike the district councillors, I've actually lived close to Beaver House and for 40 years until a couple of years ago. So I know it like the back of my hand, and I'm here to support the residents, but also to speak on behalf of, to summarise the council's recommendation. I'm also an objector, so I abstained from our town council meeting. I think you've been supplied with the town council recommendation, plus you've received letters of support from district councillors that were supplied immediately before they had any chance to read any of the objections. But you haven't had any of the letters of objections that I don't think you have. You haven't got them in front of you. And they're very well read, very well written, very well thought out. And I don't think you should vote until you've actually read them. Now I'm going on to the Town Council's recommendation. We met on the 6th of July and we were addressed by a delegation led by Sam here and other residents. They can't all be here today. The recommendation of the council was to recommend deferment of the application to enable concerns and points raised to be suitably interpreted and fully addressed. There were various concerns raised. One was that the proposal seemed to vary. The number of bedrooms seemed to change. Given the complexity of the proposals, it's important that sufficient time and opportunity is afforded to enable all the parties, including yourselves, to be able to interpret the information and have the opportunity for informed feedback. There was a meeting for residents held at the Community Hall on the 25th of June. It happened to be the hottest day of the year and many of them couldn't attend. Personally speaking, I'm 79 now, I was 78 then. And apparently I was risking my life, but I went, but I was glad to leave. And not many could turn up because of the weather conditions. One councillor at our planning meeting suggested that we have a follow-up consultation after all the objections have now been recorded, and that should be held at St Nicholas Church in the heart of the local community. There were concerns raised that it was just going to be an HMO, but I believe that there are no intentions to restrict that to the age group that's been mentioned. But if it's just going to be an open HMO...
Could you wind it up a bit, because you've had 3 minutes, Mr. Davis?
Sorry, have I finished?
Yeah, well, you have had 3 minutes. If you want to just...
Okay, thanks.
But thank you for that. We realise it's you know, your position.
Mrs. Pegg, by the way, is chair of our local residents association.
Well, perhaps if you've got the similar length, you'll speak a little bit quicker, and then you get through it, Mrs. Pegg. And over to you for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I forgot this on speaker. Yeah. I was hoping David would cover a few points off, but okay. So yeah, I'm chair of the Droitwich Central Residents Association. So some of these are my views and those of the residents. So yeah, I've lived on Ombersley Road for 20 years, and in that time, I've seen a steady decline in Droitwich as a place to live, particularly within our local community. We've got some specific issues, including the increased use of the railway station for people commuting to work, which has a major impact on parking I know you came round this morning. We're in the middle of the school holidays. You would have found it easy this morning because I went out after you'd been. But normally it is not like that. And also we have the schools dropping off as well, which adds to the traffic congestion problems. Other issues include Richmond House being used as temporary accommodation for the homeless by the local authorities. We've got lots of cars travelling down Ombersley Road and the area around at high speed, lots of additional noise at night, drug taking and drug dealing, to name but a few issues. I took up the role as the chair to try and make a difference with the aim to encouraging community cohesion and making a difference to the local area and improve people's lives. When I took up that position, about the time that the Wychavon purchased the property, we had a lot of residents attending the meetings and we were doing things to make a difference. The proposals for 17 Ombersley Road have had a profound effect. As you will see from the objections, I think there are about 8 of them. Most of the local residents do not feel that this is going to contribute to the local community and in fact will be potentially detrimental. I'm not going to go through the points in those objections because I assume that you have read them. Residents that attended previous Wychavon meetings alongside me haven't raised objections. They don't see the point. They think this is going to be pushed through. And that is the general feeling from our previous conversations with Wychavon. Other neighbours have actually moved out because they don't want to live next to this this proposed property, and others have their property on the market, and others, including myself, are considering whether we move as well. So it has had a profound effect on our neighbourhood. Those residents that have been part of the community around there for a number of years, including myself, have experienced the problems of such a property in Ombersley Road. Number 11 and 13 were previously a similar sort of housing for young adults. And the problems we had with those properties are etched in our minds. I believe in the plan application there's reference to a management plan to deal with those issues, which does not fill us with any confidence whatsoever. I'd like to pick up on a few things that probably David didn't get as far as discussing, but a number of HMOs in the area. We feel as though that our road, Ombersley Road, is becoming a bit of a dumping ground for the homeless. We have to put up with, we've got 2 HMOs and Richmond House. There you go.
Sorry, it's quite difficult to restrict it to 3 minutes. I appreciate it, but you put a lot of it into that 3 minutes, so don't feel shortchanged by it. It was very useful. Thank you both very much. I'll move on to Rachel Tooth. Could you have 3 minutes, Rachel? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This scheme directly supports the Council's promise to provide dedicated young persons accommodation in the north of the district. It builds on the successful model already operating in Evesham, which has so far helped 48 young people move on safely and positively towards independence since 2021. We fully recognise that local residents have raised concerns, particularly around management, antisocial behaviour, parking, privacy issues, noise and the level of engagement from occupants. These concerns have been listened to carefully and the application has been shaped by pre-application advice, consultation feedback and the planning conditions that are now being proposed. In terms of highways and parking, residents will not be permitted to park at the property. Parking will be for staff use only and additional space will also be provided to create 4 in total. This will also include an EV charging point. The property will be operated by an experienced service provider under a comprehensive management agreement. All referrals into the scheme will be made only by the housing team and applications will be required to have a local connection to Wychavon district. Applicants will be pre-vetted before any offer of accommodation is made. Accommodation at the property will be supported by a legal agreement which sets out acceptable conduct, behaviour expectations and the terms under which the agreement can be ended. If concerns arise, the service provider will work with the young person to improve their behaviour. Residents will also be expected to engage with tenancy readiness and life skills training and remain in regular contact with the housing team here at Wychavon to ensure they move into more suitable long-term accommodation when ready. Engagement has taken place through residents' meetings in March and June and a walkabout in October last year, as well as regular e-newsletters and leaflet drops. While we understand that not every concern can be removed entirely, the purpose of that engagement has been to listen, explain the proposal clearly and build practical safeguards into how the scheme will operate. Our proposed use of the property was discussed with the local policing team before the property was purchased, and the local inspector has confirmed that there have been no concerns. We have sought to establish whether there is any evidence from the police that would give rise to any unacceptable community safety risk. No such evidence or concerns have been identified to us by the police. The service provider is responsible for the standard office hours covered, with security being funded by Wychavon District Council for the remaining hours and weekends. This will be re-evaluated after a 6-month period. While these are not material planning considerations in terms of this application, we are also working to address other issues that the community have raised with us, including working with platform housing, adding more bins, increasing the parking controls, and adding an art mural to the underpass to improve the appearance. Together with the work to remove overgrown hazardous trees, demonstrates our commitment to being a good neighbour to the residents of Ombersley Road. This is a comprehensive proposal influenced by robust engagement with residents and stakeholders, and provides much needed supported accommodation for young people. For those reasons, I respectfully ask members to support the officer recommendation and improve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The ward members are Councillor Bowden and Councillor Gregory Wilkins. We have Councillor Gregory Wilkins with us. Have you any questions to ask any of the speakers or the case officer? Greg, thank you.
No questions, but I'd like to speak afterwards.
Okay, that's fine. Any questions from the members of the committee? Councillor Kersey, followed by Councillor Morris, followed by Councillor Sims.
Chairman, thank you. Several questions, really, or one, if you could clarify, for Councillor Davidson, please. I'm somewhat confused as to what you said to us. That you, first of all, said that you personally are an objector, but you are speaking on behalf of Droitwich Town Council, but you didn't actually tell us what Droitwich Town Council's position exactly is. So, but I have, you'll be pleased to know, thoroughly read the report, and Droitwich Town Council are asking for the application to be deferred. So a couple of points. First of all, you say that the bedroom numbers seem to keep changing. Well, as you've heard just from the presentation today and from the application, it's very clear what the application is actually for. So the numbers, it's very clear what's before the committee today. But what really to ask you, what is it that Droitwich Town Council are asking this committee to do? Is it to defer this application? And the only reason that I've heard from the response from Droitwich Town Council and from yourself today is that the meeting that you had was too hot, and that's the only reason that I can draw from what you've said, that why you would want us to defer the application. Could you clarify for me, please?
Yeah. Yes, that is the request, to defer it, to have further consultations with the local residents on the basis that they were given varying information in the past. And that was what they told us at our meeting, and that was the what we took into account. I think apart from two abstentions, one was me and one was from a registered blind councillor who lives behind. It was a unanimous decision apart from those who had to abstain, because we were so impressed with what we'd read in the objection letters and also what the residents told us on the evening. But I abstained because I had already objected, because I'd lived in that neighbourhood, knew it like the back of my hand, and I just knew it was the wrong place for young people and for the residents.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that you're saying that you, speaking on behalf of Droitwich Town Council are requesting that this is deferred because you don't feel that there's been enough consultation, despite the fact that the objections have gone on to the portal and we've all been able to consider those objections, and the applicant has been able to consider those objections as well. Is that the only reason why you're saying that Droitwich Town Council want this you're asking the committee to defer this?
Really written in front of you, that the consultation hasn't been adequate.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get a bit of clarification. It was mentioned that there are two other HMOs in the road, 11 and 13, but from the description on page 61, about it being commission supported provider and basically you've got staff going in and out. That doesn't sound like a typical HMO to me. So would like clarification that we're not comparing apples with apples. We appear to be comparing apples with something completely different. Would that be correct?
No, Mrs. Pegg was referring to something that happened in the past when there was a situation where there were an out of control bunch of young people residing in those two houses. That was closed down and the charity was closed by the Charity Commission.
A question for the officers. My understanding of this particular application is that it will be very similar to the one in Evesham, which is nothing like the one that's just been described. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that's correct. It's to mirror the scheme that we've got at Merstow Place in Evesham that was opened in 2021.
Have the Droitwich residents who are objecting been an opportunity to go and look at the one in Evesham or read up on the one in Evesham?
We've shared at the consultation events around what the scheme delivers, how it's set up, but I don't believe, unless they've gone themselves to look at the site, we haven't taken them there.
Really impressed me. I think you said 45 people, 48 young people have moved through the Evesham one and come out having had the experience of being supported, being able to then move to independent living.
Yeah, that's correct. So 48 people have moved through successfully and moved on to their own independent accommodation that they can manage independently themselves.
So one final question for the residents. I don't quite understand, given those facts, why you're not reassured that this kind of scheme is exactly what we, as the people of Droitwich, should be supporting and promoting and encouraging young people who maybe do not have a supportive family background, do not have the opportunity of being taught independent living skills. Anyway, I do have a question here. Are you at all reassured? And if you're not reassured, why aren't you reassured?
Are you addressing this to Mrs. Pegg?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We don't object to the scheme in principle. It isn't the wrong location. Okay. We have a lot of antisocial behaviour, drug dealing right on the doorstep. They could deal drugs over the fence to the flats next door. It is not the right location in Droitwich. We repeatedly asked if other locations were considered. We were told yes. It's not minuted, apparently.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sims, followed by Councillor Clackworthy.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask about the operational management plan, but Rachel's very kindly outlined that very concisely, which goes through exactly the security measures and operational measures that will be conducted in that building. What is it you're actually concerned about with the young people? You touch on drug dealing. Well, that sort of is anywhere, unfortunately. And what is it? Are there any other security measures, perhaps, that we might condition, perhaps with Rachel and Matthew, that could security arrangements, whether there is a late night curfew? I don't know whether that's appropriate or not, and I wouldn't like to say that. But I sort of, what is it? Are you worried about noisiness, or you mentioned antisocial behaviour? Absolutely. But perhaps there might be other measures that our housing staff, who are exceptional and so good at doing this and so professional at it, could perhaps advise.
Mrs. Who wants to take that? Do you want to take that, Mrs. Pegg?
Yeah. Based on historic experience, there was 24-hour supervision, and the places were fine. We could live with it. We're not proposing. We've got office hours support, and then we've got a security guard overnight. If it kicks off, that security guard is going to go and hide away. These children, we are told, some of them are coming straight out of the care system. They need that support. The location, the drug dealing, the county lines, there's pubs, there's all sorts of things in the vicinity. And I don't think office hours support is adequate for some of these individuals that could be put in this place.
Thank you.
Sorry, could I
What?
Could I just ask Rachel, please, the housing, to respond?
Rachel? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, the office hours will be covered by the support providers. That will be 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. And then the remaining 24 hours plus the weekends, bank holidays, will be provided by a security company. That's the same as we've managed at Merstow Place. We did that for around 12 months of on-site provision, and then that was taken away. And they've got panic alarms, enhanced CCTV there. A provider does property checks throughout the night. So there is checks, but it's not somebody on site, but we don't ever have problems. It's in the same sort of residential setting as in Droitwich. I think you just made mention to children. These are adults, they're 18 to 25, so they are adults, they're not children. And I think making some comments around young people being sort of branding them as being trouble, I don't think that's fair. Not all the people that we see are going to cause all of the problems that you're highlighting. I think it's quite unfair. The customers that we see, they can have been through quite traumatic experiences. And I'm sorry for getting emotional, but I'm quite invested in this. We see these customers every single day. A lot of them have been through traumatic experiences that they just need a little bit of support and guidance to get them back on track. And that's what our team is here to provide.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that.
That's my whole point.
I'm going to bring in somebody else. Councillor Clatworthy.
Thank you, Chairman. For the officers, I think this is going to be, please. I notice on the ground floor, and admirable, there's a DDA bedroom 1. Obviously, because disability is something I've got a great interest in personally. I'd just like a couple of assurances more than questions, Chairman. On that bedroom there is an ensuite. Would there be proposal to have hoists in there if it was a person in a wheelchair, for example? I appreciate the age groups, but people are in wheelchairs at all ages, and it could well be that there's somebody in that situation, because they may be in a situation of needing some sort of support or aid to transfer from a wheelchair either to a toilet or into a shower. Will there be a hoist for the shower? Will there be a shower stall? I appreciate these are minor things in some people's eyes, but a person moving into there, they would be major. And we are looking at a full application. And another question I would like to ask, again to do with facility, is the door widths. Have you considered that wheelchairs, and I'm not trying to insult anyone's intelligence here, wheelchairs are not all the same width. And you could have a very wide wheelchair and you may have a situation where it won't go through the door. And I also look at the corridor where there are stairs, I presume, go up and down, and a radiator. Is there going to be enough room between there for a person in a wheelchair to access the kitchen, breakfast room, with the distance and go in there, and again the door widths? Thank you.
Probably Rachel, would you like to take that one?
Thank you. So the couple of parts of your question there, obviously the DDA access will provide a wet room facility, and that will come from funded through Better Care funding. It won't have hoist facilities, that's not programmed in at the moment, but it is something that we can consider. We did look at a ramp to the front of the building and to the rear and to the side, and we decided that based on feedback that we'd had, the cost to install, it wouldn't be feasible. We haven't to date had somebody approach us in that age group that would need this level of support in a wheelchair, so we've agreed to go forward with the low level DDA access room. So it is a wet room, so if someone's struggling with their mobility, they might be on like a walker, crutches, those sorts of things, they'll be able to get in and out and around the property safely, and obviously access the bedroom facility and their washing facilities, and access the kitchen is on the ground floor, so they won't need to go sort of upstairs if they don't need to. There's breakout rooms and all space downstairs for them as part of their daily living, but we wouldn't be looking to place anybody in there that had a wheelchair currently because of the access to get in and out of the building. It's just not feasible at the moment, but as I said, to date we haven't had anybody in that age bracket that's required that support for that type of accommodation to date.
Thank you, Chairman.
You want to say it? Okay, thank you. Are there any more? Councillor Adams.
Yeah. you're no different to a lot of officers here, Rachel, at Wychavon. I know how Jen Taylor's team works. You said earlier on how much consultation you'd done and gone through with residents and all the rest of that. Is there anything today that you've heard from the other speakers that you may alter in the future? Because I'm assuming, and confirm my assumptions, that you'll be doing a lot of consultation, seeing how this project matures, if it is passed today, obviously.
Yeah, of course, and we've got some community projects. The mural that I mentioned earlier with the underpass, my colleague Patrick Connolly and the communities team is doing some engagement work. He started at the event when we held in June to start looking at what the local residents would like to see in that, and he will continue to do some events leading up to obviously that happening. I think once the scheme is up and running, I would like the residents to come and visit it, see what it looks like once the renovations are complete, and to meet some of the young people. We're looking at some projects in the garden that's more of a community garden, so there's ways that the residents and the young people can work together on that. Obviously that's in the very early stages yet. I can't sort of finalise plans until we've finished the renovations and we've got the scheme up and running, but I think there's loads of ways that actually some of these barriers that are being brought up today can actually be broken down, and it's quite easy for us to do that. So I think there's some opinions of young people and how they might behave, and I'm not disagreeing with all of them. Not everyone is perfect, but I think everybody needs to be given a chance. I've seen people come through Merstow Place that were in a very bad place, and now they're in a very good place just with having a bit of investment in them.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Relevant questions to this application? No? Councillor Clatworthy?
Sorry, maybe I should have asked Rachel as a supplementary. If you did have an approach from a person in a wheelchair, would you be able to make reservations for that person, or what is it? I mean, would you be prepared to consider making it wheelchair friendly from the outset so that you cover that contingency if it were to happen? Thank you, Chairman.
We have obviously considered the ramp access and the widening of doorways, and we're saying it's not viable at the moment, and the level of need is sort of low for that category and that age group. I think based on if they had higher level needs, I'm not sure that property would be suitable in that level. So we would look to probably work with a registered provider on a management move and match them direct to a property suitable to their needs, and then working with our outreach team if they needed that little bit more of support and weren't able to manage independently. So we can do something else with them, but not necessarily, I don't think that property would be suitable for their needs.
Thank you. Any more questions to the speakers? It is difficult to speak. I appreciate what you've said this afternoon, both of you, but if there are no more questions, would you like to return to your seats, please? Thank you. Councillor Gregory Wilkins, would you like to address the committee, please? Thank you. And they've sat down.
All right, thank you. I'm here today to speak in support of this proposal as the local ward member, but also as a resident of Droitwich Spa and a young person. We live in a time of great economic difficulty for young people. We have seen a major rise in youth homelessness. At a point in our lives where we should be laying a solid foundation to build the rest of our future on, so many of us are starting to fall through the cracks. Projects like this one are critical to catching young people, supporting them, and I can't think of a better location for it. Being so close to the Droitwich town centre, it will give these young people access to local services such as GPs and dentists, but it will also give them access to amenities and leisures such as our high street and the Lido. The amazing transport links can also not be overstated. Most will not have a car, and thus this location, being a stone's throw from a train station and bus route, will enable them to seek support and employment in the surrounding towns and cities, further enabling them to build their own future. Projects like this make us the beacon that other councils are trying to follow. Many councils do not have a single young person's housing project, and with this, Wychavon will have two. However, if all I have said cannot convince you, then even from a purely monetary stance, investment in young people at this critical time will save us money in the long run. Helping them to build their own lives will decrease the risk of crime and benefit dependency while improving their mental health and protecting the already strained mental health services, as well as enabling them to have the best chance to build a future in which they offer a positive contribution to their communities. Residents have concerns, and we must ensure that we continue to work with local residents to ensure minimal impact to their daily lives while delivering the maximum benefit to the young people we aim to support. And I would encourage residents to continue to communicate their concerns so we're able to address them and prove this project will not be what many fear it will become. Wychavon has already shown its commitment to young people and supporting our futures. I deeply hope you will continue to uphold that so we remain a beacon for what is possible when it comes to young people's support. Being a homeless or vulnerable young person is not a crime. It does not make you a drug dealer and it does not make you a hooligan, and we cannot allow that assumption to be made about these young people. We cannot defer and we cannot wait. These young people need our help now and we must rise to the occasion to help them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilkins. I shall therefore open it to debate to the committee. Councillor Kersey, followed by Councillor Morris.
Chairman, thank you. Can I thank the officers who've spoken and presented today, and particularly thank Rachel. And I feel like I want to apologise to Rachel for what she's needed to listen to today, because obviously you care deeply about the young people that you represent and the role that you do. So thank you very much for that. What we need to be mindful of is that this application is only before committee today because it is a council-owned property. From a planning perspective, if this was not a council-owned property, the committee would not have seen any of it. And we've had a lot of questions asked of the speakers, but the only planning reason that it's before us is because it's owned by Wychavon. And because it's owned by Wychavon is why we're able to actually go ahead with this scheme if we approve this today. Because one of the speakers said that, yes, it's something to do, but do it somewhere else. Well, we can't do it somewhere else because Wychavon doesn't own somewhere else to do it. We've heard about oppositions from residents, but there's been 8 objections, and the opposition objections have been listed, and every single one of these has been addressed within the planning application. So I think this is something that really, as a council, we should be proud of. All residents' concerns have been addressed. We have a model that is working extremely well, and I'm not aware of any complaints whatsoever, not even along the lines that have been discussed today, but no complaints whatsoever, only success stories that have come out of Murstow Place. And if we approve this today, if this can even be half of the success for the young people that Murstow Place has been, then it's a scheme that we'll be able to be very proud of. So most certainly on the basis that this is only before us as it's council owned, there are no planning reasons whatsoever to object to this, and therefore I propose approval in line with officer recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to second that approval, but I would also like to point out that I remember when I was in that age bracket, and had I not had a supportive home environment to go home to, my life wouldn't have turned out like it has. We have to remember that there are young people within our communities, or young people who've already had the experience of being in care and never had a particularly supportive place to live. I trust the housing team to respond quickly to any issues that arise within the community, and we have to remember that all of us at some times in our lives have needed additional guidance. None of us here are perfect. We'll at least have probably a speeding ticket or something of the like, or drunk and disorderly, maybe not me. No, not me. But I just think, and there's an element of fear here, and I understand that. You know, this is a change for Ombersley Street. It will be different, but I think we need to trust that any difficulties that arise will be dealt with, and we need to keep the dialogue going between the community and the young people, and hopefully it takes a community to raise a child, and it takes a community to take a child into adulthood and successful adulthood. So I second the proposal.
Very much. I'm sorry I got diverted by drunk and disorderly in Tiverton, which I don't think applies. It is a serious subject. I mean, this is something that will, in other districts, it is a change for people. We appreciate it, and it's not easy. But I'm definitely agree with both the speakers so far. Can we have anybody else? Anybody else want to say anything at all? Councillor Adams.
Mr. Chairman, I really hope that looking forward, and if we pass this today, that the residents will try their best to work with officers and have meaningful meetings from time to time. I don't like NIMBYs, and I want to reassure you, in my experience of many years of being a member of Wychavon District Council, the Droitwich people are not NIMBYs. And I say that because when I first started, and I'm sorry if I'm going to be a minute or two, when I first started here, the first major role I was given was to chair the ONS committee. And I mentioned that, and that was the early 2000s, I suppose now. Didn't know what I was doing on ONS. But anyway, we got there for many years until Councillor Dyke took over in about 2012. What I found then was the major issue was the Lido. Not the revamp of the Lido now, but in those days. And month after month, as people came in to our meetings and spoke there, I got very friendly with some of the Droitwich people. We're very concerned about it, whether it was going to happen or whether it was going to come about. And it did come about, but it didn't happen overnight. But those residents impressed me. They didn't come in fighting about this is all wrong, Wychavon's doing this wrong, doing that wrong. But we worked together with the community. I also took the ONS committee to Droitwich once, 1 month, and discussed it all. They are good, genuine people, and I really hope, in the spirit of what they did all those years ago, I hope that will continue with what is proposed now. I don't represent a town seat. I'm out in the sticks, but so I don't know particularly how life works in the town any different, but there are good, genuine people, and we've seen some today and some come in. So looking forward, I wish you the best if we pass this today.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Anybody else want to say anything before I go to a vote? No? Do we have a proposal then from Councillor Kersey, seconded by Councillor Morris? Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So the motion is for approval as per the officer's recommendation. So those in favour, please. That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you. And thank you to those who spoke today. If you'd like to stay, you're welcome. Would the committee like me to carry on, or would you want another break? Thank you. Moving on to item number 10. This is planning application 26/00626. This is reserved matters application. Are you concentrating at the back? Thank you. Reserved matters application at Newland Road, Droitwich Spa, of which we had a site visit this morning. We have one speaker, and I apologise if I get your name wrong. Miss Chloe Jonix. Was that good?
It was
Close.
close.
Obviously not close enough. How do you pronounce your name?
Yonchek, but it's okay.
Yonchek. That's easier. I shall write a note then. Yonchek. I shall get it wrong. Don't worry. Thank you very much. The planning officer is Adam White. Adam, would you like to outline this application, please?
Thank you, Chair. So the application site is located on the southern edge of Droitwich Spa. Shows you a general location there. Comprises 2 parcels of agricultural land divided by a row of trees. So the site is bound by Newland Lane to the south, Newland Road to the west, an existing residential development to the north, east and south. The site's not subject to a formal or informal landscape designation. It's not within the green belt, strategic gap or a conservation area. So most of the site now forms part of an allocation in the local plan. The site, however, in any event, it has outline planning permission for up to 50 dwellings. That shows you an overview of the site there. So the proposal seeks approval of the reserve matters for 50 dwellings following the grant of the outline consent. So the reserve matters relate to layout, appearance, scale and landscaping. Access to the development was approved as part of the outline planning permission and will be taken off Newland Lane directly via a new priority junction. So as outline planning permission has already been granted for this development, the consideration of this application is limited to the reserve matters only. So any in-principle matters such as impact on local infrastructure or impact on the wider highway network, for example, are not matters to be considered as part of this application. So that slide there shows you the proposed layout. And to the east of that, you can see the houses. Some of those have been constructed, but a couple are still under construction. And that shows the proposed green infrastructure on the site. It shows you the typical street scenes across the site. These just give you some site visuals, a bit of context for the site. That's from the open space to the west of the parcel. Again, that's the entrance to the site off Newland Road. So just some photos from the site itself. So this is looking north from the site access off Newland Road. Again, looking west from the site. This is to the east. Those are the houses that are under construction at the moment. So those are the properties to the north of the site. Those are the existing ones in Badger End. A view to the south of the site. These are the existing properties in Oakley Gardens. And that's a view looking west over the site. Just a bit of context of the surrounding area. These are the properties in Badger End. And this is just a shot from within the site as well. Sorry, the adjacent development. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right. Mrs. Youngchek, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, chairs and members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of Keepmoat Homes in support of this reserve matters application for 50 dwellings off Newland Road. As members will be aware, the principle of residential development on this site has been established through the grant of outline planning permission. The matters therefore presented for consideration are limited to the layout, scale, appearance and landscaping. The applicant has worked closely with your officers throughout the application process to ensure that the proposals presented before you present a high quality residential development and addresses consultee feedback appropriately. The layout reflects the Council's adopted design code and local plan policies to which your officers have agreed. The development incorporates a legible, structured network of streets which promote natural surveillance through active frontages to the site. Wherever possible, existing trees and hedgerows will be retained and enhanced. As such, the proposals will deliver substantial green infrastructure, new public open space, elite biodiversity enhancements, new tree planting and long-term management arrangements, which has been secured via Section 106. Members will recognise that there have been no objections received from the Highway Authority, Landscape Officer, Tree Officer, Natural Heritage Officer, Archaeology Advisor or Worcestershire Regulatory Services. The technical consultees are therefore satisfied with the details proposed and consider them to be acceptable. The layout has been designed to maintain appropriate separation distances from neighbouring properties, including the existing homes at Badger End and the newly approved development to the east of the site. Officers have confirmed that the proposals will not result in unacceptable overlooking and the loss of privacy, and the scheme complies with Local Plan Policy 35. Most importantly, the proposals will provide 20 affordable homes in accordance with obligations secured at outline. These will assist with meeting the local housing needs. The proposals will deliver a range of dwelling types, sizes, including bungalows and accessible homes, which are in compliance with the SWDPR in relation to NDSS M42 and M43. The officer's report concludes that the reserve matters proposals deliver a well-designed scheme that responds appropriately to the approved outline consent. The completed development will also blend into its surroundings well. For those reasons, and noting the officer's recommendations for approval, I respectfully ask members to support the application. Thank you.
Many thanks. The ward members for this particular application are Councillor Richard Morris and Councillor John Grady, Councillor Daniel Birch and myself. The reason is that it's split in between two wards. The North Clens and Selwood ward cover, I think, just a very small portion of this application site. And Droitwich South East, which is Richard Morris and John Grady, I think, cover the rest of it. Unfortunately, apart from myself, none of them are here today. They have, unfortunately, other commitments. So I have only one question, really, just to ask Ben Sims, if possible. The highways report covers, obviously, that particular application, but in Droitwich, there's been significant development over that area, Newlands, and up to the water tower, and also around by Cupcut, and it's put strain on the system. When you write a report like that, do you consider all the other opportunities or possibilities of increased traffic in all those other areas?
Thank you, Chair, for your question. In terms of this application, when we have to consider it, we have to consider it as a reserve matters application. So what is presented to us in front of us in terms of the detail that's being supplied for the site, the impact in terms of the wider highway network and cumulative impacts would have been undertaken at the outline stage. So when the outline application was submitted and considered and brought forward to committee for you to make your decision, it's at that point that level of assessment would have been undertaken. This application just purely focuses on the layout, the scale, the nature of the highway elements from my perspective for this application.
Thank you. Therefore, I'd like to open it to the committee to any questions you have to us. You can also ask Andrew Fell here and the case officers and Speaker, Councillor Morris, followed by Councillor Dyke.
Thank you. Ben, could you just clarify something that's been confusing me for quite a long time about highways? Am I correct in thinking that with a new application, if it doesn't increase the traffic by more than 5%, you can't take into account the ongoing impact on the highway network as a whole? Am I right in that?
In general terms, that is one of the guidelines that we take, but obviously there's other factors such as if highway safety was to be undermined and there's already an existing accident record, then we would have to consider that in terms of that 5% impact, because there's a slight difference between cumulative impacts and highway safety. So there's that distinguishing. But generally, if there was a 5% impact, we wouldn't necessarily be as a highway authority to say that was significant enough for us to refuse a planning application. But on this application, it doesn't apply to this application because we're purely looking at the layouts.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rowley, followed by Councillor Ward.
Well, I'm afraid, again, it's sort of related to highways. The pedestrian access, I know there are facilities within the other estates nearby, but could you please explain how people can walk from this, as easily walk from this proposed development towards the community facilities on the other nearby development? Because it just seems to be connected to the road, which again doesn't have a footway.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for your question. In terms of the pedestrian access, in terms of where they connect onto the existing network, these would be matters that were approved at the outline stage. So they're already set in place. I'm sorry, Councillor Rowley. But in terms of the layout, obviously the layout provides connections for pedestrians along the main spine to those through footway provision. And I think there's a footpath which isn't part of the adopted, what would necessarily be offered for adoption if the developer wanted to offer it for adoption. It's got a management company footpath on the plan I'm looking at to the north, but there is a footpath that goes out to Newland Road as well to the west of the site. Sorry, I was about to say east and get all my, yeah. So there is connectivity, but the actual points of access were approved at the outline application, I'm afraid.
I'll bring in Councillor Dyke first. Sorry, Mark. He was first. Councillor Dyke.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Can we go back to the other proposed layout, that one? If you go up from the entrance and there's houses on the left, behind the houses on the left, there is a sort of a brown field. I meant to do this before the meeting, Adam, so I'm sorry. Do we know what is going to be on that field? Because it seems, it doesn't say it's owned by the developer in this case, but it's kind of landlocked, isn't it now?
No, so that parcel of land has got a PIP granted on it for up to 4 dwellings. So no technical details are coming in, and I think they've shown the access coming through the middle of that. Can you see the house that fronts onto Newland Road? I believe there's an access, or they're showing an access road through that, so you'd access it that way. But that's, yeah, we haven't had the technical details for that yet.
Thank you, Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Chair. A question for the applicant, just a quick one. You mentioned significant green space. Do you know how much green space you've got? Because I can't see it in the report. I'm just curious if you know what significant green space is. Thank you.
I'm sure you would like to add to this, but I believe it to be 37%, was it?
It's 36%. It is in the report, sorry.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Councillor Dawes.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question to the applicant. I can't find it, so are the roads going to be adopted, or are they part of the management company?
To hand, I couldn't answer that. Can I refer to the developer behind me on that matter?
You may.
They'll be adopted. Thank you.
Are there any more questions, relevant questions for anybody? Nothing about drainage at all that you want to ask? Hate somebody being underemployed. No further questions then. Right, thank you. And thank you very much, Mrs. Johnczyk. Thank you very much. Irrespective of the fact that the other district councillors aren't here, I have 2 reports to read out. One from Councillor Richard Morris, and one from Councillor Dan Birch. And so if you could concentrate and sit back, this will take me a few minutes. I shall start off with Councillor Richard Morris. He asked that this statement is read on my behalf in my absence regarding a planning application for a property of 50 new homes on Newland Road. Wish to formally record my strong objection to the application. My concerns are also supported by my fellow district councillor, Councillor John Grady. I recognise that outline planning permission has already been granted for development on this site. However, I do not believe that outline permission should mean that the very real infrastructure, highway and connectivity problems associated with this development can now be overlooked. The key question before the committee should be, can this development be properly supported by the infrastructure and services available to it? I believe the answer is no. Droitwich and the surrounding area have already experienced significant housing growth, with further developments either approved or proposed. The cumulative impact is putting increasing pressure on our roads, junctions, schools and local services. Most importantly, we have continuing problems at Copcut Junction. This is already a heavily pressurised junction, and adding another 50 homes will inevitably result in additional traffic movements through an already congested area. But the concerns go beyond highways. There is also a significant issue with the connectivity and isolation of this development from the town. Residents need realistic and convenient access to shops, schools, services, employment and other community facilities. This development needs to be considered in terms of whether it genuinely provides sustainable connections to those facilities, rather than simply providing houses and expecting residents to rely heavily on the car. We should be asking whether children can safely and conveniently walk or cycle to schools, whether residents can easily access the town centre and social amenities without a car, and whether the proposed pedestrian and cycle connections are generally practical and attractive. If those connections are inadequate, then the development risks becoming an isolated residential area, generating even more vehicle movements and placing further pressure on the already struggling local road networks. We cannot look at those 50 houses in isolation. The committee needs to consider the cumulative impact of development, the capacity of local infrastructure, and whether the site is generally well connected to the community it is intended to form part of. Residents are repeatedly being asked to accept more housing on the promise that infrastructure improvements will follow. Infrastructure cannot continually be an afterthought. Housing growth must be matched by the infrastructure, services and connectivity necessary to support it. I'm not opposed to housing development in principle. My objection is to adding yet more homes where the existing highway network is already under considerable pressure, where Copcut Junction remains a problem, and where there are serious questions about the site's connectivity to schools, amenities and the wider town. The granting of outline permission does not make these problems disappear. On behalf of myself and the support of Chancellor John Grady, I respectfully ask the committee to refuse the application. If the committee is not minded to refuse the application, I ask that the consideration is deferred until the outstanding highway infrastructure and connectivity concerns have been properly addressed and there is clear evidence of funded and deliverable mitigation. Thank you. I should have to have a drink for the next one. This is from Councillor Diane Birch, District Councillor of North Clains and Salwarp. Thank you, Chairman and members. Apologies I can't be with you in person. I acknowledge that outline planning and permission for 50 homes and access from Newland Lane have already been granted. I'm not asking you to disregard this. However, I ask you to recognise that circumstances have changed significantly since that permission was granted. Since then, an additional 100 homes have been approved along Tagwell Road and are under construction. New traffic data, ongoing issues around Copcut, unresolved school transport concerns, and increasing pressures on local infrastructure have emerged. For residents, these issues translate to more vehicles outside their homes, increased congestion on busy roads, greater demand on schools and services, new developments arriving before infrastructure improvements. My primary concern is connectivity. The report states that footways will connect the development to the wider pedestrian network. However, the issue arises immediately upon leaving the estate. Newland Lane lacks a safe, continuous footpath, and Pulley Lane does not offer an acceptable walking route. Droitwich Town Council objected due to highway safety, inadequate pedestrian access, and the absence of footways on Newland Lane. A development cannot be considered connected if the pavement ends at the site boundary. And imagine being a parent living there when your child needs to get to school. You are told this is a sustainable development. You walk to the end of your estate and suddenly the safe route disappears. This situation leaves families without a safe or practical solution. This is especially concerning as 20 of these homes will be affordable housing. We cannot assume every resident will have access to a car. Children should be able to travel to school safely. Older residents need reliable access to town. All residents should be able to walk to shop services and public transport without undue risk. I continue to dispute home-to-school transport arrangements with Worcestershire County Council in this area. Currently, children whose assessed walking route include Pulley Lane are entitled to transport due to the nature of that route. If this transport is withdrawn, there is no safe alternative walking route for these children. This issue should be resolved before families move into these homes, not after. There are also significant pressures on the local highway network. A speed survey I commissioned on Tagwell Road recorded 85th percentile speeds of approximately 33.6 miles an hour in a 30 miles an hour per hour zone. This road is already accommodating increased traffic from recent developments. In the opposite direction, vehicles travel towards Copcut and the A38. Worcestershire County Council is adjusting signal timings, monitoring impacts, proposing a broader study of the Copcut corridor to identify issues and mitigation measures. So I ask the obvious question, is everything working as it should, if everything? Why are we changing the signals, monitoring the junction, commissioning a study into how it can be improved? The A38 data supplied to me shows journey times regularly averaging 4 or 5 minutes through the monitored section, with maximums reaching 6 minutes. I'm not claiming these figures alone justify refusal. I'm saying there are another warning light telling us that this area is under pressure. Existing residents at Badger End and Rabbit Croft are also affected. Droitwich Town Council have raised concerns about the revised layout's impact on these properties. The officer report notes a separation distance of only 13.7 metres in one area relies on obscure glazing to address privacy. These matters are often discussed in terms of metres, plots and elevations. However, each line on the plan represents somebody's home. It is the garden where children play, the kitchen window they look out of each morning, their privacy, their sense of security, and the place they have worked hard to make their own. These residents deserve assurance that their interests are not being overlooked amid Droitwich's continued expansion. This leads to the central issue. Droitwich has done its bit. We have taken development after development. Particularly in this part of the town, houses continue to go up. Residents keep asking me the same question. When do we get the infrastructure? When do we get the safer roads? When do we get the footpaths? When do we get the school capacity? When do we stop being told that these things will come later? We require effective speed management measurements on Tagwell Road, safe pedestrian route along Newland Lane towards Tagwell Road, completion and funding of the Copcut study recommendations, and a safer crossing near Primson Way. Most importantly, we need assurance that children living on the estate can travel to school safely. These are reasonable and necessary requests, and they represent the basic expectations for a growing town. If members determine there are sustainable grounds within the reserved matters to refuse this application, I respectfully request that you do so. But if you advise that your powers are restricted due to the outline permission, please defer it. Allow officers time to determine what additional highway and pedestrian mitigation can be secured. Permit the County Council's ongoing work to continue and explore all lawful opportunities to obtain further infrastructure funding from the developer. Approving another 50 homes without addressing these concerns would leave residents uncertain about who will manage the resulting challenges. Droitwich is a fantastic town. People are proud to live here. Growth should enhance the town, not diminish the qualities that attract residents. So please give Droitwich a break. And if these 50 homes are ultimately going to be built, then make sure this time our town gets something meaningful in return. Residents need and deserve tangible infrastructure improvements, not just promises or additional studies. Thank you. It's over to you now. Councillor Dortz, followed by Councillor Kersey.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I appreciate the ward members' concerns. I sympathise with them, but I can't support them. As I understand it, we're here on a reserved matters where all of the transport issues and things have already been looked at in the outline, rightly or wrongly. They were, nevertheless, they're done, they're history. As I understand it, all we can look at is the design and the layout, which, as I understand, Adam has been working with the applicants and he's happy with it. There's no reason to defer it. So I'll wait and hear somebody tell me that I'm wrong in what I understand. But at this moment, I'm minded to support the application. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just a bit of clarification.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just for clarification, the Councillor Dawkes is quite correct that in terms of the outline planning permission, that establishes the principle, and you'll be aware that that gives the council the opportunity to seek Section 106 obligations as well in relation to mitigation, infrastructure, highways, etc. And that will have happened at that point. So there's no ability at the reserve matters stage to revisit them. And clearly the principle for up to 50 in this location has been accepted. So in terms of what the considerations at the reserve matters stage is, they're limited to matters of, like you say, design, layouts, appearance, character, and those matters rather than those other matters which would have been dealt with at the outline stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Ward. Councillor Ward.
Councillor Kersey first.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. It's unlike the chairman to forget me, but he clearly did. Good job that you remembered me. Thank you.
I'm just giving you a sort of time to breathe, you know. So
Excellent,
you can
excellent.
come, Councillor Kersey, followed by Councillor Ward. Then.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, exactly as Kieran has put it very succinctly, it is a reserve matters application that we have before us. As much as I sympathise with everything that the ward members have raised, including yourself, and everything that we've heard from Councillor Birch's epistle that you've just read out so exquisitely. Unfortunately, there's nothing within there that gives us anything to go on whatsoever in respect of reserve matters. And equally, there's nothing whatsoever that we could be deferring a reserve matters application for within there. So we all understand their plight. We could all have that same conversation and write that same epistle in any of our wards, sadly. But this is a reserve matters application, so it's only those matters that we'll consider. And on an extremely positive note, that I think this is probably the first application since our design code has been adopted. And I'm very pleased to say that within the layout section, I've never seen design code referred to as many times. So I very much welcome the fact that everything that's within this application has been done according to our design code. And that shows that the design code works. I appreciate the work that Adam has done with the applicant, but also what the applicant has done to ensure that that design code is reflected through that. So on that basis, of what's before us, there is no planning reason, as far as I see it, whatsoever to do anything other than approve in line with officer recommendations. So I propose that, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Kersey. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Chair. I concur with Councillor Kersey. She stole a bit of my thunder, so I will second the recommendation for approval in line with officer recommendation. Oh, did you? No, I didn't. No. Sorry. Yeah, so I'll second Councillor Kersey's proposal. Thank you.
Well, I hear what people are saying, but I really cannot support this and the lack of connectivity, so I shall be abstaining on this one, even though I realise that we are in this situation that we wouldn't, it has been a reserve matters application, but I'm afraid I just can't support it.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Anybody else have anything to say about this one? Councillor Robinson.
Chairman, you may say that this isn't relevant, but it's pertinent to what's being said. Doesn't this just demonstrate to us all how important the outline applications are? Yes. Because we're not having much influence on the infrastructure in the reserve matters. And with all the developments that we suspect may be coming towards us, infrastructure-led has to be the key, I think. Sorry, not very relevant to this apart from sympathy for them, but that's the way it's happened.
I would agree with you entirely, but we weren't in a situation when this was an outline planning permission.
But we are now, Chairman.
Yes, we are now. Are there any more comments? No. Well, then we'll bring it to a vote. We have a proposal from Councillor Kersey.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you want- Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Chair. It's just allowing me to come in if that's all right. So I'm actually going to propose to members, and I'd like to just double check with obviously the proposer and seconder, that we just alter the recommendation slightly, and that's to actually then delegate approval. And if you don't mind, I'll read it out just to make sure everyone's happy. So to delegate approval to the Director of Planning and Infrastructure to grant planning permission subject to the planning conditions listed in the committee report and updates, and subject to confirmation that the proposed affordable housing is acceptable, and then allowing for any subsequent amendments to the planning conditions as required by the Director of Planning and Infrastructure. And I'll just explain that. I'm aware about the MPPF only coming in earlier this week, and I just want to check that we've got no amendments or anything that are needed. So I'm just being on the safe side. Yeah.
Sorry, just to clarify on the affordable housing point, we have had a further information in, and we are satisfied that the affordable housing is fine. Sorry, I should have mentioned the update to the recommendation. Sorry.
Shall I try again then? I'm still going to go for a delegation, but I'm going to reread then if that's okay, as we've now had confirmation on the affordable housing. So we're just going to do a the delegation will be to delegate approval to the Director of Planning and Infrastructure to grant planning permission subject to the planning conditions listed in the committee report and update, allowing for any subsequent amendments to the planning conditions as required by the Director of Planning and Infrastructure, because we don't have the affordable housing point anymore. Is proposer and seconder happy with that?
I'm happy with that, thank you.
Thank you very much. So if we move to the vote then, please. Those in favour, please. Those against? Any abstentions? That's 11 in favour, Chair, and 1 abstention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have 3 more applications left. Thank you very much, Mr. Sim, for coming. Very grateful for you. Thank you very much. Are we all right to press on? If you want a break, just raise your hand. No, fine. Moving swiftly on. Item number 11, which is 26/00889 Kumasi, or however you pronounce it, 61 Stonebow Road at Drake's Broughton. I don't think I announced that Councillor Adams are going to sit outside the committee on this one. Thank you, Councillor Adams. Who? Yes, Ben Sims is leaving. Yes, I've said thank you to. This is a permission in principle for up to 9 dwellings, and the case officer is Gavin Greenhill. I'll ask you, Gavin, if you could outline this application, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, members. You had the benefit of a site visit to this proposal this morning. As the Chairman's just said, it's a permission in principle application for up to 9 dwellings, which could be anything.
Can I just interrupt you? I'm sorry. Our Councillor Butterworth, would you like to come forward? Sorry, thank you. Okay. I'm sorry I forgot you. Not that you are forgotten, because you've been in this chamber an awful lot of times. My apologies. Thank you very much. Would you like to start again? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, the members visited the site this morning and had a look from the Stonebow Road frontage down a track to the rear part of the site, which you can see at the north end of that site plan there, and also had a look at the portion of the site which abuts the Stonebow Road frontage to the southeast in that plan. It's a permission in principle application for up to 9 dwellings, which means that if members approve this today, at the second technical detail stage, you could be confronted with a technical details application from anywhere between 1 and 9 dwellings. We simply don't know at this stage. Members have dealt with PIPs before this committee, and they know, I think, that there are only 3 matters you can consider in the determination of a PIP. Basically location, land use, and the amount of development proposed. Members will see that neighbours to the development have raised, and consultees have raised, a number of other detailed issues. There's nothing wrong with them doing that, but what would be wrong is if the council took those into account in determining the PIP. Those are all matters that should be considered at the second technical detail stage if members approve the PIP today. Just to clarify something, I think I might have confused some members on the site visit. Just to clarify, Cumesai, the house there, number 61, is actually outside the red line area, and therefore if members approve this PIP and we get a technical details application, Cumesai would actually just stay as it is, but with a much reduced curtilage. The aerial photos you'll see in the presentation, here are some, don't really reflect the extent of the red line area. It's just one single sort of overgrown area around the dwelling at the moment. So if you were just to wander around the site, you might assume that it was the dwelling was actually within the PIP area, but it's not. So just to show you some aerial images, and you get the idea as just to how neglected the property, well, the area around the immediate property is. I think that's a picture of the front elevation. So in that picture, the access would have to come in from the left where the red line actually is. And then you've got some of the views that you saw this morning on the site visit. So that's the section of the frontage to Stonebow Road, again quite heavily overgrown. And that's the frontage in front of the dwelling itself, which is actually beyond the PIP site. And that's just looking towards the Worcester Road, along Stonebow Road, just showing it from a different angle. And that was a view I got to the rear of Cumesai itself, which is just, as I say, a jungle basically, but that part of the site is beyond the PIP. Part of the site at the rear, members saw the site visit this morning, is actually fairly open in comparison, and they went down that track. What they didn't see this morning were the views you get from the estate to the west, which has got a strip of grassed open space, which borders the sort of rear extensive gardens of properties fronting that part of Stonebow Road. So the PIP site is kind of beyond part of this wooded edge that you can see here. So if you've got any further questions, then let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Butterworth, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Chairman and members, the Parish Council objects to this application for the following reasons. Location and land. Some of the land included for development lies outside the development boundary defined within the adopted Drakesport Neighbourhood Plan and South Worcestershire Development Plan. Development should be within the development boundary. This isn't a redundant site. The land is rich in biodiversity, mature trees and habitats. The biodiversity officer has said surveys shouldn't be left until the technical stage. So why hasn't one been done? Surely the biodiversity should be understood so planning decision is informed. Drakesport already has accommodated substantial growth, with 315 new homes built in the last decade, A further 165 have been approved, and there are 209 currently pending. Together, this represents doubling of the village's size. 108 of those approved are on Stonebow Road, and 121 of the ones pending decisions are on the Stonebow Road. That's a total of 273 more dwellings on Stonebow Road. This is a residential road in a rural village. There is no way all this increase can be soaked up without detrimental impact on both the environment and the health and well-being of the existing community. This level of development is and will continue to cause harm. Policy SWDP2 says development in villages is permitted to address the need for housing and support local services. The recently completed Housing Needs Survey concludes that there is no current need for additional housing, and if there was, I think it's fair to conclude that it will be met by developments already been agreed. Not one for a pit maybe, but it needs mentioning that drainage and sewerage capacity remain of major concern. Drake's Broughton already experienced this serious foul and surface water drainage, particularly on Stonebow Road, where the sewage discharges into the road and pollutes the local ditches and watercourses. Severn Trent accepts the major infrastructure improvements are required, but delivery hasn't yet been confirmed. This is a windfall site that isn't in the South Worcestershire Development Plan, which says that windfall development must be relevant to the locality and the build nature of the environment. Development numbers should be reduced to between 1 to 4. Derelict property should be demolished, and it should be road frontage development. Parish Council asked the application to be refused. However, if development is to be approved, the Parish Council asked that the development boundary is respected and the development is limited to land that it is actually within the development boundary. It is for between 1 and 4 dwellings rather than 4 to 9 to allow space to build dwellings that are actually in keeping with the locality and build nature of the environment, and also facilitate on-site delivery of the required biodiversity net gain. And there's a footpath somewhere in there that we would like to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The ward members of Councillor Tourier and Councillor Adams. Councillor Adams, have you any questions to ask either the Speaker or the case officer or anybody?
Just to Gavin, if I could. Gav, you said at the start that the land the house is on isn't included in this, so there's no road frontage to the house, to the new development, sorry, which will be at the back of the house. Is that right? Is that what you said?
No. You can see on that red line there that number 61, which is Kumasai, where the red dot or circle is. That's outside of the red line. It's got its own section of frontage and driveway to Stonebow Road. And the part of the red line site that you're looking at today is just to the south of that, and I think members walked down to that part of the frontage during the site visit. It was where there seemed to be another access in, which once upon a time might also have gone to Kumasai. It's not very clear really now, it's also overgrown. That part of the site abuts Stonebow Road, and indeed that's probably the only feasible way in and out of the site. I suspect the track that members walk down to the north to look at the open grassed area, you probably won't be able to get adequate visibility onto Stonebow Road if you use that, or it's too narrow. So highways might object to that at the technical detail stage. So basically they've got that section of frontage, as you see on the plan there, to Stonebow Road.
Okay, that's helpful. Then can I ask you, and I should have alerted you to this question before, the development behind is close to the little bit of land that actually is outside the development boundary? So those houses, the new houses behind there, were they passed for building outside the development boundary? As we didn't have a development plan when those were passed?
Yes, they were outside the development boundary. I think it was a site allowed on appeal.
Yeah, I can't.
I never dealt with it, but It was one of these sites that was put forward when we were struggling with our housing land supply.
So then can I come back to Mrs. Butterworth, if I may? You are indicating that those are outside the development boundary at the time.
That was definitely out. It's still outside. They were outside the development boundary at the time. The last time Wychavon didn't have the land supply, we had Drake's Broughton and grew by goodness knows how many houses, and that's the site that goes back behind the school. It comes in, so it's this sanctuary site, the orchard site. That is very close to it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. And now, any questions for speakers? Councillor Dawes, followed by Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Chair. Question for Gavin. So the existing property is going to stay. To me, that property has now got a very, very small garden, curtilage, call it, which is totally out of keeping with the rest of the properties around it. But it's outside the red line. So can we bring that into account?
I don't think you can, because they would have to design at the technical detail stage a layout that respected the fact that Coomerside's got a much reduced rear garden area. So you'd have to have separation distances, particularly from first floor windows in any houses to the west of Coomerside and the layout, that didn't overlook the rear elevation or its garden. So by definition, if it's got a shorter rear garden, you'd have to push houses further west within that red line area to be acceptable. Coomerside as a whole has still got a reasonable sized garden, simply because its front garden is so big.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Chair. Gavin, can I just ask, so where the development boundary is, referring to Janet's point about no building outside the development boundary, could we, if we had to, bearing in mind PIPs are so difficult to refuse, go down the route of 1 to 4 dwellings, as Janet suggested, so excluding anything outside the development boundary?
I think there's two slightly separate points bound up in what you're asking there, Councillor. The first is you're asking for the description to be amended, and I don't think we can do that. You just have to, without the applicant's consent that is, you just have to determine what's in front of you today, which is up to 9. And as I said in the introduction, that can be anything from 1 to 9. So it could be 4, it could be 2, it could be 9. You just don't know really, and it all depends on the technical details application you get. The other point you're making is whether you can somehow restrict development if this gets approved to within the development boundary. Again, I think the answer is no, because the red line is what it is. And the concept of the development boundary on this side of the village is, I have to say, completely undermined by the fact a very substantial housing estate's been built much further west. So it really raises the question, if the development boundary is meant to mark the westerly extent of the village, it no longer does that. So on what basis would we say you can't build in that portion of the site?
So sorry, Chair, just for clarity. So it's because we are looking at the whole of that red line. Yeah, thank you.
Ward.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. At the time the other development was approved, we had a total balance and a non-5-year housing land supply. We don't have that anymore. We are in a neutral balance situation with a 5-year housing land supply. So saying a previous development under different conditions allows other development outside the development boundary when we have a 5-year housing and land supply is slightly a different scenario.
Yeah, I'll just come back and say that
that, yes, it's technically outside, partly outside the development boundary. There is a technical objection, but we still need to have regard for material considerations, which can include the site context, where really you would be questioning what the purpose of that development boundary is and what the purpose of retaining any small part of land there would be. So whilst, yes, you can make a decision in line with the SWDPR, there are other material considerations that you can give this, which is what we've done in this case.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just looking at the site location plan in front of us and remembering back, having known this property in the area for sort of 30 odd years now, which is embarrassing. And we used to talk about infill and linear developments. And if you look along Stonebow there, on that side of the road, that's how it is. You get one or two properties on that side. We shouldn't have to be looking about the whole length of Stonebow Road, because that's a very long road with a lot of these new developments leading off it. But in this particular place, this would be outside the current vernacular. And I wonder whether we've got any grounds for that. And if they wanted to build later on in the rest of the field, then it could come on from where the existing house is. But in this particular instance, it falls in line with what's already there. But it's asking Gavin whether that has any strength at all.
I think what you're asking is whether this shape of site, given the local built surrounding context, is appropriate.
Yeah.
And if by granting the PIP you're inviting somebody to create, I don't know, an L-shaped cul-de-sac that somehow is out of character of the area. What we say in the committee report about that is that not only in Drakes Broughton but other villages in Wychavon, you'll find cul-de-sac development that will extend beyond a built frontage. Just a little further south along Stonebow Road, I parked in a short cul-de-sac this morning, which would extend beyond the limit of these houses in terms of its distance away from Stonebow Road. So it's going to be very difficult to argue that somehow or another, in principle, you can't somehow or other, if you can make all other matters acceptable, you can't have a cul-de-sac extending beyond the built development line there. There's a myth in planning, I think it's a myth anyway, that backland development is somehow unacceptable. It might be unacceptable if it's badly done, but in a lot of cases there is backland development that can be designed so that it's acceptable in terms of its impact on the locality.
Okay.
Yeah, can I just understand then why the development boundary was originally that shape? Because you'd think it would go as it is with the other houses, sort of 63 and 61 and 59. None of them have got this sort of kink out to the development boundary.
Well, I mean, that's a good question, really. I don't know whether historically these houses had boundaries that extended all the way down to the development boundary. But by drawing it so deeply or in a westerly direction away from Stonebow Road, you're sort of almost inviting this situation. In other cases, I've seen development boundaries that are tightly drawn to the rear of properties themselves, even though their gardens extend further back. But historically, that wasn't done for the planning of this village.
Thank you.
Councillor Dawes.
Thank you. I'm not sure who can answer this one, if anybody can, but does the new MPPF, I thought it was stronger on building outside of boundaries. I thought it was getting a bit tougher on that.
We've tried to cover that in the updates. I'm afraid my first reading of the framework, bearing in mind it was published 2 days ago, it just seems that this matter has been made a little bit more needlessly complicated by the framework guidance. and whatever members choose to make of it. In this case, we've got the fact there's a great big housing estate much further west than the development boundary, as we've already mentioned. So you're going to have to, if members want to make a point of this in determining this PIP, you're going to have to convince an inspector that somehow or another the harm of building in that strip of land beyond the development boundary is such that he should or she should refuse whatever comes forward at the technical detail stage. And quite frankly, I don't think you're going to have a leg to stand on.
Thank you. Any more questions? No? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Butterworth, for talking, and if you'd like to return to where you are. And online to address the committee, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very pleased with the concerns of the members, because there's a lot of ifs and buts and whatever has come to light. I'm afraid I was reading my noddy book last night, so I haven't read the National Planning Policy Framework update, so I don't know what that bearing that might have on this application. I was going to say quite a lot of things, but I think I better draw back and make the comments on the three things that this should be determined on, which is the location, the land use, and the amount of development. Well, as far as location goes, this is perhaps the last site all the way down that line now. When I think it was Councillor Robinson was talking about houses, and when I was getting, it was just one here and there. It was all just market garden land, just with one or two, and this is one of them, houses down there, like there were in a lot of villages. On the location, it's a very busy road. It is a very busy road, and we've got problems with the sewerage and all the rest of it. You've heard it month after month, the problems all the way down there. And so I don't think it is a good location. I think when you talk about land use, the best land use for that is, in my opinion, is to leave it a little oasis of green area there. It perhaps could be used for the village use. By Jove, they'd like a little bit of land as they'd like to use for their own. It is steeped in wildlife. That's what I've always thought about around there. And it's all there. I mean, neighbours would say there, and you can ask them, it's not just me saying it, there's a badger set in there, there's foxes in there, there's deer that go there, rabbits and all the rest of it. All just pulls into that area. And I think we've got to respect, and I know Councillor Dorks was looking, I saw him looking this morning about a very prominent oak tree for one of several trees on there, and I'm not quite sure how that's going to come. Personally, I'd love to see it left as a green space. And then the amount of development, well, I think members have really picked up with that, haven't they? To talk to up to 9 is a stupid overdevelopment of that plot to get anything near 9 there. So I think we'd have to really consider that. So those are there. Councillor Butterworth spoke exceptionally well, as she always done, very passionate about Drake's Broughton. My main reason is, and I know it's a PIP, I don't like PIPs, I never have liked PIPs, and here I am bringing one there. That was because you backed all together at the last planning committee about development outside of the accepted boundary, and as part of this outside. So I know a small part, you might say, but it is still there. I am convinced as we go forward and trying to represent that area to keep everything inside the development boundary. I'm not going to say any more, Mr. Chairman. You know my feelings about this area. You know, and Councillor Butterworth said again, how much development there's been in Drake's Broughton. We've done our bit there, and I really ought to hope that you would consider the recommendation before you today. and disregarding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll open it up for debate. Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you. With your permission, I'd like to highlight something to the residents of Drakes Broughton, and that is that they have 2 ward members that represent Drakes Broughton. And in that, I'd like to thank Councillor Adams for coming to this committee month after month, flying solo against this being inundated with planning applications, and he moves over to this side of the chamber because he feels so passionately about it. So thank you, Councillor Adams, but I would like it to be noted to the people, to remind people that there are 2 ward members. And in speaking about Councillor Adams, he highlighted the point that he, as have all of we, particularly officers, have only had the NPPF dropped on Monday, so they've had no more than 72 hours with the NPPF, and they are to be commended for the updates that they've given us. And I think for the other applications that we've been before us today and that we've determined, that hasn't been an issue in respect of the NPPF. But what I'm concerned about is in the officers' updates, there's phrases like "this appears to apply to the land concerned in this case." It states there's a complicating factor. Now, I don't want to make decisions on anything anywhere in the district on that basis that our officers have had 72 hours to provide that, not least for a permission in principle, because I think it would then set a precedent, and most certainly not least for Drakes Broughton as the prolific village that is inundated with development. So you know, Chairman, that I would only ever propose deferral for very strong reasons, but I, for one, and I'm hoping that the rest of the committee agree with me in this, that I do not think that we would give this the due care and attention that it should have if we actually determine this today on the basis that none of us have had the full briefing of the National Planning Policy Framework. Our officers have had less than 72 hours with it, even though they've done an extremely good job. And I don't think we should be determining this today. So I would propose deferral on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chairman. I would be very happy to second that proposal. It gives time to get total clarity and know where we are.
Yeah, good idea. Yes.
Councillor Sims.
Can I just ask what that actually means? So what are we actually doing in deferring this? What are we actually asking for? Kieran, please.
I think Councillor
Or
Kersey
Gavin.
can answer that one. Do you think?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. What I'm asking for is to give more than 72 hours for our officers to be able to review and digest and fully comprehend the National Planning Policy Framework, so that they can then, they've done a fantastic job, and I'm not taking anything away from that, but I do not think it is due diligence to have to put an update together within 72 hours, as Gavin himself has said on his first read of it. Well, of course, they can't read it and then digest it and dissect it, because to do that, and I know that they will do, but they would need to then give us a training brief on it, so that, because it isn't just reading the words, it's actually deciphering what that means and what that applies to different applications. And that's why we've been fine with the other applications today. But as I said, I don't believe that this is one that I don't believe we can determine it today without having a greater understanding of the National Planning Policy Framework.
Thank you. Councillor Sims.
Sorry, can I come back? But how does that affect all the other decisions we've made? And I absolutely quite agree with Janet in, wanting to maybe look at a different route. But how can we cite this as one objective when we've made decisions on everything else? Sorry, can someone who actually is an expert explain to me that, please?
Okay, thank you, Kieran.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, it is difficult timing, and that's absolutely true. I think on this one, it is slightly more complicated because we've got part of the site inside a development boundary and part outside. And there's new policies in the NPPF which relate to them, and you have to apply one policy to one part of the site and another part to another, and then come up with a conclusion, which is quite unusual. And the other sites were, dare I say it, more straightforward in the policy context. So it's purely from that basis. And I think of all of the ones identified, I think this is the one where there is conflict with the NPPF, a clear conflict with S5, the policy, which you'll get to know at some point. But obviously we've reached a conclusion as officers but based on a balance, but equally we haven't had long to pull that together either. So that's the difference really in this case.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to help Emma and other officers, on page 19, it describes it very well about officers deciding this and the whole thing of the biodiversity and the PIP. I think this one makes this one, as you say, slightly different. Page 19.
I would agree with the comments that this is slightly different than the other ones.
In the update officer appraisal, yeah.
Any more comments, please, from the committee? No? Yes. Gavin.
I mean, I appreciate what councillors are saying, and they feel as though they're almost being rushed into a situation where they're having to make a judgment on this, where on the face of it, part of the site seems to be in conflict with very recent NPPF revised advice. However, in this case, I think you can just take a common sense judgment. If the housing estates of the West didn't exist and that was just green fields, as it always was before that estate was built, I would agree there would be this question as to how you deal with it in light of new NPPF guidance. But bearing in mind the built context you have here and the fact that an inspector came along and allowed however many dozen houses on land beyond any settlement boundary, which results in that estate, common sense sometimes overrides whatever words are written in any planning document, i.e. it's another material consideration that you just have to take into account in reaching a view on a planning application. And it's clear, I think, to officers that this isn't really a complicating factor and you just have to look at the built context to this site and make a judgment on that.
Sorry.
Councillor Sims.
Quickly, Chair. I mean, I've asked the officer the question, so which I was given a categoric answer. So that was my query. I'm not against a deferment, but I'm getting two different answers. That was all my query is. I'm slightly confused, but I will defer to the expertise of the planning officer.
Thank you. Are there any more comments on this? I think personally, my own feeling, this is slightly out of the ordinary on this one, out of all ones we consider today. And I would like a little bit more information for making the decision myself. Are there any more comments? Because I'll go to a vote. I have a proposal for deferral from Councillor Kersey and it's seconded by Councillor Robinson. Heather, would you make?
Just one moment.
Sorry, but talk amongst yourselves for 1 minute.
Sorry, members, and this is purely because I've just been listening to your debate and the things that you've raised. I'm just wondering, as we've got a proposal on the table at the moment for deferral, if you would also like officers to perhaps go back to the planning or applicants to ask them if they'd be prepared to alter the description, because that's got to be with agreement to a slightly lower number. But obviously that would have to just be a conversation, but whether you would like that to take place as well before I move to the vote. But if I could check with Councillor Kersey and Councillor Robinson, who seconded the
I think Heather, thank you. That's a really good suggestion. And I think if we, however you want to put it in the, so we're not in theory deferring for them to look at the numbers, but by deferring, we're giving them the opportunity that they may want to look at the numbers. Having, hopefully, they're not here today, but hopefully they've watched committee and they can understand that committee's concern is over the numbers, so it gives them the opportunity to reduce it.
That's correct. So officers would just go back to raise the concerns of members that have been discussed today. So that the deferral would be based on the you wanting a little more information and clarity on the new MPPF changes. Okay.
Is that before? Wait a minute. Is that okay with you? And also, Councillor Dawes, did you want to come in at all? No. And do you want to come in further?
So just very quickly. So we're looking at the development boundary. Is that what we're looking in the NPPF?
It's the new MPPF rules.
The new MPPF rules pertaining to the development boundary.
So that relates to.
Yeah. And the fact we don't understand what.
Councillor Kersey. Councillor Kersey.
Sorry, Chairman, what are you asking me now?
Well, you put your hand up, so.
No, I didn't. Did you want me to answer another one? A question, Councillor Sims' question.
Have to say anything else? Just all right. I'm going to pass over to Kieran.
Yes.
We just clarified between.
No, and it's quite right. You need to be clear on what the motion is. So.
Sorry, I would like to know. I like detail. Sorry, Kieran. Thank you very much.
No problem. So the MPP, so the additional information and review by officers of the MPPF position relates to the development boundary. There's part of the site inside and outside, and clarification for members, clear clarification on what the consequences are, and we'll make a recommendation based on that. And then the second part was a bit more of an informal approach the applicant to see whether they're open to or wanting the opportunity to look at the numbers that they're proposing, because at the moment it's up to 9, but they might, so it's those elements that are covered.
Thank you.
If that's it for this to go, I shall hand over to you, Heather. Thank you. Heather.
Thank you, Chair. So we're proposing that, the motion is to defer to review the new MPPF in relation to this application, particularly in relation to the development boundary, but as explained by Kieran a moment ago. But also just as a note, to ask the planning officers to go back to the planning applicant to see if they would be prepared to amend the description in relation to the number of properties that they've applied for. So those in favour of deferring the application on the basis of what we've just spoken about. Those against? Any abstentions? No. A unanimous, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now then, it's 4 o'clock. We're doing very well this afternoon. I thought we finished at 6:05, but we're not. Would you like a break for 5 minutes? 5 minutes break. Thank you. About 5 minutes. Thank you for returning so quickly. I shall move swiftly on. We have two more. We're on to item number 12. Application 24/01768, Locksview, Charlton Lane, Taunton, Hartlebury, 3 new gypsy plots, etc. We have no speakers for this item, therefore I shall ask Gavin Greenhow to outline this application. Thank you.
Hello again. Yeah, this is what's known as a Section 73 application, where you have an existing previous planning permission, in this case one that was granted on appeal in 2021, 19 application 192686. And the inspector granted permission for 3 gypsy and traveller pitches in the Greenbelt on a site that lies between Hartlebury and Kidderminster, about 2 kilometres north of Hartlebury, about 4 kilometres south of Kidderminster, west of the A449. And what they've applied for here is to make that temporary consent permanent. So they're trying to vary the time condition on the original permission. And just to clarify one thing, this application came in with the original 2019 application description for 5 pitches, but it was clear when the inspector granted permission, he granted it for 3, because he imposed at least 3 conditions, 1, 3 and 5 on the 2019 appeal consent that basically refers specifically to 3 pitches. So that's the plan the agent submitted with the application. It's basically the red line plan that was submitted with the 2019 application. But that is a plan that the appellant themselves submitted on the day of the previous appeal hearing, which adjusted the number from 5 to 3 pitches. So that's the plan officers suggest we reference in any decision that we make on this application. And officers have amended the description to refer to 3 pitches instead. So that's what members are considering, a permanent application for 3 as opposed to 5 gypsy and traveller pitches. The site lies in the Greenbelt, and what we are saying in the report is that under the new way of looking at the Greenbelt under national planning policy, the site is defined as this strange concept of grey belt, because it doesn't affect 3 of the 5 fundamental purposes of Greenbelt, which are set out in the officer report. And therefore, essentially what the government have done with Greenbelt policy is they've said it's too restrictive, it's too anti-development taking place anywhere within it, regardless of the nature of the land, and with regard to the 5 fundamental purposes of Greenbelt. So they've relaxed it, basically, introducing this concept of grey belt, which allows planning authorities to consider certain types of development in certain areas of the Greenbelt. And because this doesn't really affect any of the fundamental purposes of the Greenbelt, in this case, Wychavon's free to grant permission if it wishes, because it's not really going to harm the purposes of designating land as Greenbelt. So you have to make that kind of mental leap in your mind when you're thinking of this application and what you might want to do with it. So being a Section 73 trying to vary an existing permission, obviously a lot of site works have already been done. They've created this access as quite a big bell mouth onto Charlton Lane, which is quite a narrow lane. You can see there what they've done. Set the sort of frontage fence back so there's good visibility in either direction. And the previous appeal inspector had no issues with visibility onto the lane, despite the fact it's quite narrow. That's the access up to the site, which is wide enough for 2 vehicles towing caravans to pass one another. It's so wide. That's the view from Charlton Lane up to the site, which is beyond that sort of hedge line where the red circle is. And it's quite hard to see, even from there, anything on the site, because the site goes back quite a bit beyond the hedge line and there's nothing higher than single-storey development on the site. That's one of the day room structures that was approved under the so-called temporary consent. How you can have a brick and tile day room under a temporary consent is beyond me, but that's what was allowed. And at the time of the site visit, which is over a year ago now, he had a couple of touring caravans on the site. He hadn't actually moved a static on, I don't think. So there was quite a large area of gravelly type hard standing in anticipation of putting more on at some time in the future. And it all needed to be finished off with fencing and hedging and so on under a proper landscaping scheme. So you've still got some quite open boundaries. He had put in a laurel hedge along the front boundary. Whether that's appropriate or not, I'm not sure, but there's a landscape condition recommended if members approve the scheme. Thank you. Oh yeah, the one other thing, there's one of the conditions on page 130, condition 3 the wording needs to be amended so that it reads like the others with within 3 months of the date of this consent. The relevant details under that condition need to be submitted to and approved by the LPA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I said, there's no speakers. I'm sorry that Hartlebury Parish Council couldn't turn up, which I think they should have done. And also we haven't a board member. So I will just open it to you for any questions you have for Gavin, or I think that's it really, or anybody else? Have you any questions at all for him, Councillor Sims?
Gavin, can I just ask, so what was the inspector referring to, sort of temporary to permanent? Obviously I understand what permanent is, but what is temporary? 15 years, 10 years?
The length of the temporary permission from the appeal in this case was just 3 years, which is actually quite short for a gypsy and traveller site. They can be 5 and in some cases 10 years.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chairman. Gavin, it's just a small one, but looking at this site is in grey stroke green belt, and looking at, I'm just looking at what I'm talking about, in the recommendations about planting, can we make some comment that the whole site doesn't get covered in laurel, because it will grow very high and be quite intrusive, and it's not really a natural hedge within open countryside.
I don't think you need to do that, because you'd have a longer list than just laurel. We've got lots of gypsies and travellers like to plant conifers.
I know, and it looks
and of course
awful.
that's not really a native species that looks very appropriate in the countryside. So you'd also add other things to a list in a landscape condition, and it's not really appropriate. We can provide some guidance to the applicant about that.
Any further questions for Gavin or for Andrew or anybody? No? All right, thank you. Well, let's just debate it then. In that case, Councillor Kersey.
Chairman, thank you to Gavin for going through everything and the history of this site, but I don't see that there's anything really for committee to debate. So therefore I would propose approval in line with officer recommendation, and whether it needs to be conditioned about the hedging so that it's only native hedging, or if our officers are happy that they can work with the applicant, whichever, that I propose that. Thank you.
Councillor Harlan. Sorry.
I'd like to second, Chairman, because clearly the inspector made the decision on this site some years ago, and it seems sensible that we now move on.
Does anybody else want to say anything? No? Okay, we'll go to a vote on this one, I think. Heather.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to do the same again, please, in light of the MPPF changes, just to allow officers to be able to relook at the conditions and pick up any policy changes. So I'm proposing that the motion will be to delegate to the Director of Planning and Infrastructure to grant planning permission subject to the planning conditions listed in the committee report, allowing for any subsequent amendments to the planning conditions as required by the Director of Planning and Infrastructure. Those in favour? That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. Zooming on to item 13, planning application 26. Are you? That's right. Obviously, they finish early at Wychavon, which we hadn't appreciated. Can you concentrate for the last item? That's the main thing. It's quite good to work here. You leave at 4:25. That's fine. This is item number 13, 18, Coronation Street, Evesham, part change of use from class, etc. And I'm happy to, we have no speakers, we're happy to welcome Karen Whiteman, who's going to explain this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. This application is at 18 Coronation Street, Evesham, and it's currently a social club in F2 use, and it's to change to a mixed use for F2 social club and a Class EF Children's Day nursery. An aerial sort of showing you where Evesham is, and the location plan. The location plan identified in red, which, as you can see, is in a built-up area. And the aerial image, again highlighting in the built-up area. The proposed ground floor shows the nursery part is shaded in a green, and the social club area will remain as part in the white. And the first floor will remain as the social club. The only main elevation changes will be to the rear elevation, where you can see there's a door in the window, and 2 windows, and it'll be changed from that window into a door and a window. The front of the building, a sort of typical 19th century social club in a built-up residential area, and this is the access to the rear and to the car park, and the rear of the building, and where the window will be changed. This is the car park, and the applications come to committee because the car park is owned by Wychavon District Council and is leased for the patrons of the social club, and will be used by the sort of parents picking up and dropping off the children. And the recommendation is approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions you'd like to ask Karen about this application? No? Yes, Councillor Dawes.
Thank you. Just the entrance to the car park along the side of the building looked like it was only about a car's width. Looked quite narrow.
It is quite narrow, yes. It is probably just about a car width, but County Highways have said that they are satisfied with the entrance now. We did ask for more information and the access to the car park.
Okay, because I'm just thinking, as a social club, people will be turning up at different times, staggered times. Whereas as a day nursery, they're all going to turn up at a time, and that entrance could get quite congested if people are waiting on the road to
they have said that because County Highways was worried if they had a function, because they do have a function hall that can be hired, but they have said that the nursery will be through the days and the hours, so that it won't be they will hire out the function room when the hours of the nursery. So you shouldn't have that much sort of traffic coming from the nursery and for people going for functions, for birthdays, etc. at the same time.
Any further questions on this? Councillor Catworthy.
Just to help you, Nick, I know where that is exactly, because I live just round the corner from it. You're absolutely right. Going up to the car park is single car, obviously in both directions. But the picture you're looking at now is when there's next to no traffic there. Now, as you approach that, opposite that is a road called Glencoe Road. And you go up there to turn right, you've almost got to do a 3-point turn. Because if you go back to the front of the club, there's always traffic in front of it, especially when it's open, and across the other side. And you can only get one vehicle down the middle, with vehicles parked either side. So although it's not a question directly it's just for your clarification, because you were asking about traffic congestion. And I can tell you that when there is a function on there, there's no problem people going up and down. It's a big car park. It's the road outside that becomes a problem with where cars are parked all the time. And I'm very surprised that highways haven't made a comment, but of course they've disappeared now. I hope that helps you.
Thank you. Any further questions before we just... Okay, no further questions. Well, I said that both the board members are not here. Anyway, Mark Gooch and Emma Stokes. But we'll just open it to a quick debate. Is there anything, Councillor Kersey, followed by Councillor Ward? Thank you.
Chairman, thank you. Again, this is another application that's only before us because we are the owner of part of the land. But it's actually good to see. I've spent many times in Benjaworth Club, particularly after the Remembrance Sunday parade. So it's got a very...
Disorderly?
No, I haven't been drunk and disorderly in there once. Chairman, I think this needs to be brought to order. Yes, exactly. So what I was actually going to say, Chairman, it has a very much a soft spot in my heart for Benjaworth Club, but also yes, it's only before us because we're the owner of the car park. But it is actually good to see a club like this still prospering, and the fact that they're diversifying by another income stream is really welcoming, because it means so many clubs like this have gone by the wayside. So it's to be commended that they're diversifying in this way. So I'm happy to propose approval in line with officer recommendation, with whatever amendments need to be made according to the National Plan and Policy Framework.
I don't think you'll put that bit in, perhaps. Councillor Ward.
Yes, thank you. Again, I concur with Councillor Kersey. I'm always concerned about the traffic, but in the fact that the statutory body have approved no comment or no objection to the access, I think it's excellent that they've diversified, and I think the fact that the nursery operates usually outside the social club time frame, which is usually an evening event, I think is excellent, and I think I would second Councillor Kersey's proposal in line with officer recommendation and any addition the NPPF might make. Thank you.
This is catching. This is fine. Thank you. Are there any other points on this before we vote? No? Thank you. Heather?
Thank you, Chair. So the motion is for recommendation in line with what's contained at page 147 in the officer report. So those in favour, please. That's unanimous.
Now, before you all go, This is Kieran's last planning committee meeting, as far as I know. I know.